everyone. Thank you, everyone, for the fourth day, the 68th GEF Trust Council meeting. After the executive session done on agenda item 14, I welcome. I say good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good evening to everyone, and thanks for the extra effort in being able to start the session early. As you can see in the proposed agenda that we shared last night to every single council member, we will start today's agenda with agenda item number 5, streamlining the GEF project cycle, report from the working group on streamlining process. I will. This is a agenda item that comes from the first day, and we agree that the secretariat was going to propose a text for council decision. On this respect, do we have our co-chair over here, Noemi?
Not yet, Carlos Manuel. He mentioned
Okay.
to me earlier this morning that he will join a bit later.
Yes, unfortunately, Dauda had a personal sad family related problem yesterday, and we're not sure if the problem continues. Some relative from his family passed away, so he had to leave yesterday before even starting at the very early stages of our session. So without further ado, let me invite Jonathan Caldicott from the Secretariat to present the updates to document GEF/C 68/05/Rev1, streamlining the GEF project cycle, report from the working group on streamlining. Jonathan, please, good morning. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Thank you, Carlos Manuel. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I want to first thank the council members for the comments and the input that you provided into this revised version. And we're confident now that this addresses the requests of council and reflects a consensus way forward on this. The Secretariat sent a marked up version of this document on Tuesday. I appreciate that the new one was sent last night, and many may not have had a chance to go through it in detail, but I want to confirm that what was sent last night is exactly that document that we circulated on Tuesday. But obviously cleaned up and with a few additional changes that I will explain to you. First, I just want to acknowledge there seems to be a numbering issue in the decision text, so we'll fix that. But the substance of the decision, again, is exactly what was sent around on Tuesday by the Secretariat. So what this revised version contains is decision text that reflects policy amendments will be approved by council decision at a subsequent meeting. So that reflects the input that we received. It also includes clarification of the actions that can be taken without policy amendments and an implementation timeline in Table 1. So I'll just very briefly describe the three changes to the version that was sent around on Tuesday afternoon. So first, we have deleted the action related to CEO endorsement prior to receipt of a signed co-financing letter in Table 1. As a result, there are no further proposed actions under the risk-based approach section in that table. So that section is therefore deleted. Second, there was a typo in Table 1, so we fixed that, and it shows now that a one-step approval process would be in place by GEF 9. And then finally, the timelines in Table 1 have been clarified in that last column. So with that, that summarizes the changes that were made, and I'll leave it at that. And back to you, Co-Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jonathan, for the information. And with this, I would like to open the floor for comments from or questions, comments from council or questions to Jonathan from council member. Noemi, please help us with the list of speakers.
Thank you, Chair. The floor is now open. Mr. Chair, I don't see anyone.
I have a
Anil, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Good morning, guys. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I have not received the revised version, what Jonathan is saying that was sent last night. I'm looking up again and again. I've not seen the version.
Thank you, Anil. It was sent to the council members, advisors, and alternates. I will share here in the chat the link. It has also been posted on the website for everyone's awareness. So yeah, apologize if I missed someone, but it was sent to the to all of the council members, alternates, and advisors. So the floor is open again. I would just read one message that we got written by Gabriela, saying no comments. Thank you for the swift turnaround. So thank you, Gabriela. The floor, Richard. Yeah, you have the floor.
Good. I don't know what to say. It's for me, it's good evening, but good day to everyone. I just want to say thank you to Jonathan, the Secretariat, for turning around the paper and the amendments. We're fully supportive of all the amendments and as put through, and can support approval by the council of the paper. Our preference would have been for some of the items to be taken forward sooner than what they have, but in the spirit of compromise, we're happy with the approach that's been set out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. Sophia, I see that you have raised the hand. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Noemi. I'm going to open my camera. Okay, good. Thank you very much, Noemi, colleagues, and to the GEF Secretary, Jonathan, for the presentation on the amendments and the document. This is a document we can also support. Thank you very much for the adjustments you made. From our constituency, we believe that some of the co-financing elements that are there, even though they're relevant, they pertain to other discussions and are not necessarily related to the streamlining process. So we would like to have this for the record. But we feel comfortable with the way the new decision is now drafted, and we can support it.
Thank you very much, Sophia. I'll now give the floor to Ana, representing the constituency of the Philippines and the Pacific Seas. Ana, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. We would like to express our support for the revised document, particularly making the proposed actions more straightforward and with the addition of the preferred modality and target timeline. This would allow the Secretariat to effectively prioritize and keep track of the proposed streamlining measures. We also welcome the fast tracking and simplification of the process in drafting the guidelines and implement plan of these measures, which will be available by next year. We took note of the decision by the council members to review the project and program cycle during the GEF 8 cycle to further identify the areas for streamlining and efficiency through GEF work partnership operations. The creation of the council working group for streamlining is also well appreciated. I just don't know whether we should include a member from the developing countries. The working group was able to facilitate the approval of the immediate measures to increase the cap and also requiring midterm budgets above $2 million. During the 68th Council meeting, our constituency further expects for the approval and operationalization of concrete measures identified and recommended as a result of streamlining of policy survey with select agencies and OF.
Anna, I believe that we lost you. I don't know if you're still connected. Okay. Maybe Anna, we will continue giving the floor, and when you're back, let us know.
Sorry,
we can
you hear me
okay.
now?
Yes,
sorry.
Anna, we hear you now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think I stopped where I said that our constituency further expects for the approval and operationalization of concrete measures identified and recommended as a result of the streamlining of policy survey. So basically, we agree on the recommendations on the phase out of the two-step approval process, replication of the GBFF one-step project cycle, streamlining GEFSEC project reviews, and others as stated in the revised review. Finally, our constituency welcomes the ongoing harmonization efforts of processes across multilateral climate funds. This would allow the countries to develop a more responsive projects that would address climate change impact. So we look forward for the issuance of the harmonized policies and guidelines on climate change. Thank you.
The meeting has
Thank you very much, Anna. And I see also a comment from Kongkong in the chat representing the Southern Africa constituency, mentioning that they appreciate the revised document and support it. And then, Anil, I see your comment. I apologize if the email was not received because it was sent to all council members, alternate, and advisors.
Both the times, even the first version and the second version has not been received. So I'm sorry. I register my protest on this.
Thank you, Anil. So maybe I can resend personally to you. Sometimes the IT servers from certain emails, yet you're not the only case. They don't get the emails, so we can address that in a one-on-one basis because, as I mentioned, we've engaged with IT services as some council members' emails or advisors, alternates reject our group emails. So I'm sorry to hear that this was the case. So thank you for letting us know, and I would forward that individually to you as we move forward. I also see another comment in the chat from Japan to Yoshi. I will read it. Japan supports the revised proposal. In particular, we welcome the fact that the timeline has been made and making it clear that actions will be taken in stages. Regarding the future revision of important policies, we think that it should be made efforts to ensure fully disclosed and having consensus amongst member countries. Thank you, Tsuyoshi. I'll now give the floor to Anders. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Since Sweden was one of the countries having comments on it, we just also wanted to formally join in expressing our full support for the REV version, and also much in line with what others have already said and written. This is a very positive development. It could have been quicker in implementing, but it's a very good step in reforming the GEF. And also very much appreciate the recent comment by the previous speaker about harmonization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anders. And Anil, I see your chat. Thank you for reminding us about this. We will consider it as we move forward. We also have a written comment from Stefan representing France. I will read it. He says, we would like to thank the Secretariat for their hard work and reactivity. Like Australia, we would have preferred stronger language, but the most important remains that implementation will start right away in several stages. As highlighted by Japan, we can support the document. Thank you very much, Stefan. I will also read Annette's written comment in the chat representing Germany. Germany very much supports the document. Thank you so much for everyone's hard work. Like others, we would have preferred a faster pace for implementing changes. Thank you, Annette. And I also see that Larissa has raised her hand. So Larissa, you have the floor.
Bonjour Naomi, bonjour à tout le monde. Merci beaucoup de me donner la parole. Alors, à la suite de mes prédécesseurs, je vais effectivement saluer et féliciter l'équipe qui a travaillé sur la rationalisation. Je veux aussi également, pour le compte de ma circonscription, soutenir le document révisé qui nous est proposé. Je voudrais simplement, sur les questions d'harmonisation des procédures, peut-être qu'on regarde aussi la question de la programmation des appels à projets. Et je pense que si on arrive aussi à harmoniser en fait la programmation des appels à projets, ça va nous permettre, en tout cas nous au niveau des points focaux opérationnels, d'assurer un meilleur suivi en fait des projets qu'on soumet au financement du FEM. Et ça va nous permettre effectivement d'assurer une bonne cohérence en fait avec nos politiques nationales. Donc, de savoir, par exemple, quel est le projet en liaison avec telle priorité qui est déjà pris en charge sur tel guichet et quel est tel autre projet, en fait, qu'on souhaiterait, par exemple, faire financer par un autre guichet du FEM. Donc, voilà ce que je voulais ajouter à tout ce qui a été déjà dit. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Larissa. I will now read a written comment from Emily in the chat. Denmark and Norway also support the revised document, and many thanks to the Secretariat for all the hard work in accommodating Council comments in such a short time. Thank you, Emily. I will now give the floor to Faisal. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Naomi. Thank you for all the hard work to adjust the document. Just like to raise a couple of points. We don't see fully consistent with some of the discussion in the previous session, and that relate to simplifying template and streamline reviews. When we raised the issue of the proposed fact that the GEF Secretariat would no longer review the compliance with environmental and social standards, gender and stakeholder engagement, I believe there were quite a lot of council members who spoke out to say that that would continue, but I still see the same wording under simplified template and streamline reviews as previously, so no change to the wording there. And secondly, with regard to the reporting requirement, project monitoring, point number 4 under project monitoring still says ensure SGP projects report through PIRs. I believe it was clarified by the Secretariat this was the full-sized SGP project, not the individual grant to the community. And that could also be just clarified there. I mean, it was clarified in the session, but the wording is not changed in the paper that I've received 20 minutes ago. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Faisal. I see also a written comment in the chat from Gisela. Italy supports the revised document, reflecting main comments. We have now a clear path and timeline. We thank the Secretariat for the hard work reacting in such a short time. Thank you very much, Gisela. Another written comment from Ben. The UK also supports the revised document, and many thanks for the Secretariat for their hard work. I don't see any other comment or anyone else requesting the chat, so I'll get back to you, Jonathan. You have the floor.
Thanks. Thanks. I'm also having IT issues trying to unmute. Thanks for the comments. The Secretariat is addressing the comments from Anil on the issue there. I just want to also thank council members for the support. To Faisal, to your question on the review of environmental and social, gender, and stakeholder, indeed, we are going to continue to review those aspects. What we're really talking about is the way we do it internally to make it more streamlined. But we will absolutely still be reviewing to ensure that the GEF policies are upheld in projects. So and then on the SGP monitoring, I mean, ultimately the monitoring framework for the SGP applies, so we won't go into the detail on that here, but rest assured that's being handled separately through the SGP program. And I think that's it. Thank you, Noemi. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. I see another comment from Anil on the IT issues. Thank you, Anil. We would really look into that. We by no means want to leave anyone out of this. We're using the group email that we have for council members. So we would take this very seriously and follow up on that as we move forward. I don't see anyone else requesting the floor. So I believe that concludes the list of speakers for this agenda item. Chair, back to you.
Thanks so much, Noemi. Thanks, Jonathan and the GEF Secretariat team for working around the clock on this issue. And thanks to all council members for their input and feedback on what was proposed as an agenda item. So having completed the discussion about agenda item number 5, streamlining the GEF project cycle, I would like to invite council members to adopt the draft decision included in document GEF/C68/05/Ref1. I don't see any objections to the proposed decision. Decision taken. Thank you so much, dear council members. Thanks, Jonathan, for this. So now let me move over to agenda item number 12. I would like to invite to stay Jonathan Caldicott to introduce document GEF/C68/10, strength of the partnership, coverage by agencies. Jonathan, the floor is yours to explain the document to council members. Over to you.
Thank you very much, co-chair. So for this agenda item, we don't have a presentation. I'll just say a few words to introduce it. As background, this paper responds to a mandate from the GEF 8 replenishment and from council to identify any actions on the thematic and geographic coverage by our 18 agencies. At the 64th council meeting in June of last year, the Secretariat presented a document assessing the strength of the GEF partnership and coverage by agencies. And that showed that geographic and thematic coverage continues to improve with a positive trend. And then following that, the council requested the Secretariat to update the analysis on geographic coverage, thematic coverage, effectiveness, efficiency, and engagement, the metrics that we've been using throughout this process. And to do this ahead of the GEF 9 replenishment negotiations. So this paper responds to that commitment to come back to council with some data and recommendation on a way forward. So to summarize the points in the paper, we've done some additional analysis, and that is showing that the past expansion of agencies has gradually improved the alignment between project development and available programming resources through GEF 6, from GEF 6 through GEF 7, through GEF 8. And in GEF 8, we see that the portfolio is more balanced. There is still one agency at the 30% threshold, but in general, we are meeting this notional cap. Leading up to this council meeting, that agency still had the largest share, but when measured across the GEF family of funds, it's slightly below the 30%. It's 29.2%. We have just published the most recent scorecard, which deals with just the main GEF trust fund. And there, this is showing the largest agency sitting at 30.2%. The regional MDBs and EFAD together account for a little over 10% of the total GEF financing so far in GEF 8. So that is just exceeding the 10% notional target that was established. In terms of geographic reach, which is an important issue for countries, the agencies, the current GEF agencies collectively work in over 160 countries, including all of the 45 eligible LDCs and 39 small island developing states. Each agency brings a unique experience and strategic priorities, and this multi-layered approach leverages each agency's comparative advantage and enhances overall impact. So let me turn to just a couple of the issues that we've identified in this context. Despite this positive trend, there are a few areas that we think warrant further attention. First, regarding LDCs and SIDS, there's a growing trend of multi-agency involvement. Most LDCs are engaging with 4 or more agencies since GEF 5. However, nearly half of the SIDS continue to work with only 1 to 3 agencies, and then often with limited funding volumes and a focus on some select focal areas. So as we reported at the 64th Council meeting, only a few international agencies have a substantial presence in SIDS, which suggests a need for context-sensitive approaches or a stronger regional support to address gaps here. Additionally, SIDS are generally showing lower performance on operational indicators from the annual monitoring report. So both LDCs and SIDS have struggled with some lower disbursement timelines as well. The agencies also differ in their engagement with CSOs, NGOs, and the private sector, which is an emerging area as we go into GEF 9 that may warrant some additional work. Some agencies, and I'm thinking of CAF, Conservation International, others have modest partnerships with the CSOs and NGOs, but in terms of the private sector, the MDBs and IFIs seem to be engaging more actively. So to summarize, the paper has identified gaps in regional expertise for LDCs and SIDS, and there's some scope for more diversified engagement with CSOs, NGOs, and the private sector. So let me turn to the proposed direction, and just two final points to make here. So to address these issues, the proposed decision before Council includes a request to the Secretariat to explore targeted processes to enhance support specifically for LDCs and SIDS. And this might include identifying a limited number of agencies to join the partnership, and the criteria and process for that would then be developed and presented to Council for consideration before the end of the GEF 8 phase. So the draft decision suggests presenting this at the next meeting, at the upcoming 69th Council meeting. And again, to stress that this would be with respect to a criteria and process to be developed. The proposed decision also includes a request to the Secretariat to develop additional options, such as, and some of these were already mentioned in other discussions. There are options such as set-asides for agency groups with greater engagement needs, the development of incentive mechanisms, and perhaps a targeted approach, targeted outreach program in alignment with our country engagement strategy. I just would like to conclude that say, as these measures could impact resource allocation, their implementation could be considered for a subsequent replenishment phase with timing dependent on further council guidance. And that could be decided also as part of the GEF 9 policy directions. So thank you, Co-Chair. With that, I will pass back to you and happy, of course, to address any questions from council on the paper.
Thanks, Jonathan, for the presentation of this agenda item. And with this, I will invite Council to address the comments in the paper that was presented by Jonathan on the strength of the partnership coverage for agencies. As usual, Noemi will help us with the list of speakers. Noemi, please.
Thank you, Chair. The floor is now open. Martín, you have the floor.
Buen día a todos. En primer lugar, muchísimas gracias, Jonathan, por la clara presentación. A ver, yo quisiera empezar diciendo, agradeciendo el documento, porque nuestra circunscripción ha defendido consistentemente una propuesta de seguir expandiendo la alianza de agencias implementadoras del GEF a lo largo de diversos consejos. Hemos planteado que abrir una nueva ronda de acreditación sería una medida positiva para incorporar nuevas agencias nacionales y regionales a la cartera actual, lo que permitiría o lo que permitirá no solo el fortalecimiento de las capacidades locales y una mejora en los resultados de los proyectos, sino también una mejora en la apropiación nacional. Dicho esto, por supuesto, apoyamos el proyecto de decisión, al tiempo que destacamos como algo positivo que el documento busca solucionar cuestiones de eficiencia del GEF, poniendo el foco en las agencias y no tanto en los países receptores, sobre los cuales sí se debe reforzar los esfuerzos de eficacia en favor de mejorar sus capacidades para desarrollar y ejecutar los proyectos y, de nuevo, favorecer o en favor de la apropiación nacional. Dicho esto, los puntos focales operativos y los expertos de mi circunscripción me pidieron que solicitara clarificación a la Secretaría sobre los siguientes 3 puntos. ¿Qué alcance tendrían los set-asides para los agency groups with greater engagement needs? Teniendo en cuenta que en el párrafo 73 del documento se compara el modelo adoptado en el GBFF sin mencionar específicamente a cuál se refiere. En segundo lugar, y esto es algo que mencionaste, Jonathan, en tu presentación, es respecto al gap que hay en las subregiones en los SIDS y LD-SIDS en cuanto a las agencias con las que trabajan o que tienen presencia en esas subregiones, y la consulta entonces que tenemos es qué tienen pensado en relación con los mecanismos de incentivo que mencionaste y que están en el documento, y si sería solamente para agencias que desarrollen proyectos en estas dos subregiones. Y finalmente, ¿qué alcance tendría el Targeted Outreach Program vis-a-vis el Country Engagement Strategy, que también mencionaste que estaría alineado? Por ahí algún comentario un poco más específico de que, cómo se alinearían esos dos mecanismos. Y con esto finalizo. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Martín. I'll now give the floor to Stéphane. Vous avez la parole.
Oui, merci Noémie. Je vais parler en français. Donc, merci beaucoup au secrétariat pour ce rapport et cette présentation qui sont vraiment très riches d'informations et très riches d'enseignements qui pour nous seront très utiles notamment dans le contexte du 9e cycle de reconstitution. Donc, je n'ai pas de questions, mais je voudrais simplement faire quelques observations. Premièrement, pour reconnaître et féliciter le GEF pour son modèle qui délivre. La plupart des indicateurs des résultats sont vraiment très positifs et très encourageants, qu'il s'agisse de la proportion de projets jugés très satisfaisants, qu'il s'agisse de la réduction du temps d'instruction des projets. On sait que c'est une préoccupation des pays récipiendaires et force est de reconnaître que sur les 10 dernières années, les délais d'instruction ont été quasiment divisés par 2, ou encore sur l'effet de levier et les cofinancements, où là aussi, le GEF ne cesse de s'améliorer et surtout se compare très favorablement par rapport à ses pairs. Maintenant, je voudrais exprimer deux points d'inquiétude de notre point de vue. Le premier, c'est spécifiquement s'agissant du PNUD. Je remarque quand même que c'est une agence de mise en œuvre qui performe moins bien, et même beaucoup moins bien, que toutes les autres agences de mise en œuvre. Sur certains indicateurs, leur notation est plus de 20 points derrière le deuxième plus faible. Donc ils sont derniers, mais derniers de très loin. Par exemple, sur la proportion de projets jugés satisfaisants pour la mise en œuvre, les progrès et les résultats, 56% pour le PNUD, 79% pour le deuxième plus mauvais. Sur l'état d'avancement, sur les projets dont l'état d'avancement est jugé satisfaisant, 57% pour le PNUD, 79% pour le deuxième plus mauvais, etc. Je ne m'appesantis pas plus sur ce sujet. Le deuxième point d'inquiétude, et qui est exacerbé par le premier, c'est, comme vous le savez, la question de la trop forte concentration des financements du GEF sur quelques agences, et tout particulièrement le PNUD. Donc, c'est un point sur lequel la France s'exprime régulièrement, conseil après conseil. Et c'est vrai que la concentration excessive est un problème de principe, mais si en plus on l'appréhende à la lumière du point précédent, c'est-à-dire la sous-performance relative du PNUD, là on a un vrai problème et qui concerne au premier chef les pays récipiendaires eux-mêmes qui font le choix de s'appuyer en grande partie pour le PNUD. Je pense notamment aux pays insulaires. Donc c'est un sujet de longue haleine sur lequel nous n'avons pas encore trouvé la martingale. De toute évidence, les indicateurs quantitatifs de GEF 8 ne permettent pas de solutionner le sujet, et nous souhaiterons remettre cette question sur l'établi pour GEF 9. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Stéphane. Then we have a written comment from Anil that I would read. Support the comments. Thank you, Anil. And now I will give the floor to the CSO network. Faisal, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Naomi. Council members, GEF CSO Network welcomes the analysis in the paper on the coverage by agencies. As stated earlier, GEF will not achieve its mandate unless it effectively engages Indigenous people and local community and other stakeholders. We need a whole of society approach and not just a government approach. While recognizing that there are multiple ways in which CSOs can be engaged in GEF projects and programs, we, however, note with concern some of the findings of the differential level of GEF agency engagement with CSOs and NGOs. We realize that currently most GEF agencies primarily engage with national governments, but are aware that GEF policy guidance strongly encourages engagement of civil society organizations, including NGOs, in the implementation of GEF programs and projects. We are therefore concerned that according to the analysis, 6 GEF agencies have channeled 0 funds through CSOs, and a further 6, including those with the largest GEF portfolios, have directed only 1% to 5% of resources directly to civil society organizations. The World Bank stands out as an IFI that has channeled 6% of resources to CSOs, whereas the other IFIs have channeled 0 or 1%. We are happy to see that UNEP and WWF channeled 9% of resources to CSOs, while CAF channeled 11%, Conservation International 27%, and FundBio, the figure needs to be verified, but the graph says 58% and the text says 9%. But this is a very good performance by these 3 agencies. We'd like some clarity as to whether the average shown of 10% channeling to CSOs is really a weighted average or just the average of those 18 figures. To give the real situation, we really need weighted average information. We are also aware that the proportion of CSO projects directly supported has declined over time for some agencies. We hope that this issue of the low channeling of funds to CSOs by certain agencies and the trends over time can be assessed in more detail to find ways in which CSOs can be more effectively engaged in future programs. We support the statement in the report that expanding engagement with CSOs could further enhance project inclusivity and participation and incorporate grassroots insights and adaptability. By fostering stronger partnerships with CSOs, GEF agencies could enhance inclusivity and participation, potentially leading to more locally adapted and comprehensive solutions. The GEF CO has on several occasions in the last year set a clear target of at least 10% of GEF resources being provided directly to CSO, Indigenous people and local communities by the end of GEF 9. The network strongly supports that and even urge a greater ambition than this, similar to the ambition under the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund of 20% of resources channeled to Indigenous people, local community and civil society. We do support the proposed decision to explore involvement of additional GEF agencies to help fill some of the gaps in coverage, but we feel that it may be even more important to ask for further analysis and guidance and to help enhance the action of the majority of GEF agencies to channel more resources for direct engagement with civil society organizations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Annette, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and good morning, good day, good afternoon to everyone. We very much welcome the Secretariat's support on the GEF partnership and agencies. We all know that the agencies are a key asset of the GEF, and the success or failure of the GEF's objective depends on their performance. We are glad, therefore, to see that more diversification seems to be a GEF-wide trend. However, like Franz already explained, there's still room for further improvement, and we are very much aligned with Franz's concern. The report shows that MDBs have a competitive advantage regarding co-finance, particularly from the private sector. One promising way to stimulate this advantage could be set-asides and incentive mechanisms. We strongly support the Secretariat's recommendation to explore this further, particularly in view of GEF 9. We appreciate that 80% of projects have an at least moderately satisfactory outcome. However, we are worried about the performance issues in LDCs and SIDS. And also with view to what Faisal just explained, I think that's particularly worrying. The Secretariat's recommendations to accredit specialized agencies may be a solution and should be further explored. Empowering national and regional agencies, be it from civil society or from the government sector, is a central goal in our own bilateral cooperation. At the same time, an expansion of agencies should be carefully weighed, seeing that we still have a lack of diversification among the present agencies, and also given the experience with accreditation challenges, for example, in the GCF. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Gabriela, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Noemi. And we would like to thank the Secretariat for the preparation of the document and the assessment conducted. We have a few comments, questions, and would also like to slightly edit the proposed decision. The agency concentration remains much too high on few global implementing agencies, posing a significant institutional risk, as we have seen during the GEF 7 period. And increasing the number of agencies will not necessarily address this challenge, as some of the newer agencies implement a very little share of the overall portfolio. Colleagues from France and Germany have already pointed to that. So we also urge the Secretariat to continue to consider this and table some concrete suggestions for further improvement in future meetings. And here we have a question. Which timeline were you thinking of when you suggested future meetings? Could we maybe be a bit more precise? So that's like one question with regards to the edit of the decision. Depending on the feedback we get from the Secretariat, we can get a bit more clear information on the timeline there. And then you mentioned in the decision that a limited number of additional implementing agencies should be added. How many agencies were you approximately thinking of when you say a limited number? Can you give some indication of that? And regarding the agency coverage, we would like to highlight that Eastern Europe and Central Asia is a bit underserved compared to the other UN regions and country groupings, and as a matter of fact, even more underserved than several LDCs and SIDS, according to the data in the report. And we would like to therefore advocate for the enhanced regional expertise of potential additional agencies, especially in Central Asia as well, and suggest adjusting the suggested decision in this regard. So add countries in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, or at least countries in Central Asia, because the coverage is geographically the lowest there. In addition, we don't fully agree with the assessment that there is a lack of expertise or engagement with CSOs and NGOs. De facto, with WWF-US, IUCN, and Conservation International, there are 3 implementing agencies specialized on engagement with, or even being a CSO NGO themselves. So we don't necessarily see need for adding implementing agencies with this expertise, and don't think we have to further specify this in the decision. But if you could clarify what kind of additional expertise you're seeking regarding that engagement, and why the current implementing agencies, which are NGOs, don't fulfill this demand yet, we're open to discuss it. So based on these comments, we suggest to add countries in Eastern Europe and Central Asia in paragraph C. And depending on your feedback, we suggest to delete the specification of the characteristics of the additional agencies and leave that up for discussion in the context of C69. But if you, in your response, can further specify that, and we understand the justification, we're open to discussion. And also suggest adding concrete council number or more specific timeline in paragraph D, depending on your response. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Gabriela. Now let's give some time to Jonathan to address these questions and comments. So Jonathan, back to you.
Thanks, thanks, Noemi. Thank you, council members, for these comments. Let me address the question from Martin on set-asides. Yeah, this is really something that we can only develop or think about as part of a policy package for GEF 9. So it's not part of the decision for the document. This document is designed to essentially lay out describe the lay of the land in advance of the GEF 9 replenishment. So the scope for that and for a number of other elements of the document would obviously need to be negotiated. That was the case for the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. So the same would apply to incentive mechanisms. We currently have limited ways to incentivize. We have through the agency fee policy some incentive, you could argue, but it's really related just to the tier 2 operational performance indicators and not so much tier 1 performance on core indicators. The review of the implementation progress reports, the PIRs, and the evaluation of the Pacific SIDS done by IEO that was presented to this council meeting highlights that there are several regional challenges impacting performance, and that's includes institutional capacity, the financial constraints, coordination issues, procurement, supply chains, inadequate infrastructure, and so these criteria would apply in the selection of new agencies or regions, areas that need additional attention. And so in that respect, the findings of these IEO findings underscore the need for tailored support and deeper insights into specific contexts of the LDCs and SIDS and other regions, as some council members have noted. We on to the UNDP concern specifically. I mean, we as was mentioned in the presentation of the work program. We are indeed mindful of this, and we hear you, and it's an issue that we think will feature in the GEF 9 negotiations once again. We're looking to Faisal. Yes, I mean we're looking at ways to go beyond the current GEF business model. This is not something that can be really done without a more in-depth discussion as part of our negotiation, as part of a replenishment process. The question on weighted average or absolute, I believe these are absolute numbers. We take your comment on the weighted average, and we're looking into that. The comment from Annette, yes, I mean, we are also mindful of agency performance in LDCs and SIDS. We have been reporting on that, and also our enhanced portfolio management approach that we're rolling out, and the enhanced country engagement strategy. We think we'll move in this direction. We are, as part of the long-term vision and the harmonization exercise, looking at the experience of accreditation at the GCF. We are a different organization. We don't have the same legal structure. We don't have the same capacity for an accreditation machinery that the GCF has. However, the various studies that have been done on the vertical funds have identified this actually as one area for harmonization, where the funds can work more closely together. obviously with the support of its governance and its and the boards for taking a harmonized approach to accreditation. So we do want to look into that. Gabriella, yes, the timeline that we're looking at, I mean, we were considering coming to the next council meeting in June with options for the process. So again, still a process-based decision, but that's the timeline we were looking at. Decisions on opening and adding additional agencies would need to be for GEF 9. So that timeline would be arguably the first council meeting in GEF 9. The limited number of agencies, indeed, we're and for the reasons I mentioned before on accreditation and the GEF structure, we're really looking at perhaps 2 or 3 that would meet the identified gaps that we have. There are some that have been that were identified in the last pilot expansion phase. Can you still hear me? I think Carlos Manuel, your mic's open. Yep, there we go. So for instance, the Secretariat for Pacific Regional Environment Program was one of the agencies considered in the last round. They're for the Caribbean or Indian Ocean SIDS, you could argue that possibly the Caribbean Development Bank or the CARICOM Development Fund. But we haven't really gotten into that level of detail at this point because first, obviously, we need a signal from council on how to move forward on this. There are also entities that we have identified in Eastern Europe that could be that could address Gabriella your concern. But the first step is on the principle and whether we move forward on this. Yeah, I think that's it. Let me stop there. Back to you, Co-Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. We will now continue with the list of speakers. Anders, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you for producing this report, which is indeed very useful and much appreciated. I can be quite brief as we are much aligned with what is already being said by Stefan, Annette, and Gabriella. So indeed, we also very much welcomes the broadening of the implementing organizations. And particularly, we recognize that the MDBs and IFIs play an important role in mobilizing private sector co-finance, while also noting the points made by Faisal on that some IFIs could better integrate CSOs. Very much support what Annette said about the incentive mechanism. This is also very useful ahead of GEF 9. No surprise, given discussions previously in the week, we would welcome to review the agency fee to better reflect the actual size and conditions of the projects. And for us, it's not so much the issue of the percentage itself, but rather that the concrete results achieved in line with what Stefan pointed out by the implementing agencies should more clearly guide the allocation of resources in GEF 9, also taking into account the degrees of expertise the various implementing agencies possess in the different focal areas, as well as their capacity to mobilize additional funding from broader sectors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to the Inter-American Development Bank on behalf of the agencies. Gemelina, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. Yes, good morning. This statement is on behalf of the agencies. So here I go. The GEF agencies welcome this council document and the recommended council decision. As we initiate the GEF 9 replenishment process, the GEF agencies are keen to work collaboratively with the GEF Secretariat to further shape and operationalize these measures. In this regard, the GEF agencies, in collaboration with the GEF Secretariat and GEF Operational Focal Points and CSO Network, would like to explore synergies and efficiencies to achieve greater impact at scale at the country and regional portfolio level. This could include, amongst others, 1. Introducing set-asides and incentives to joint GEF agency programming. 2. Establishing stronger coordination mechanisms between GEF agencies, operational focal points, and the GEF Secretariat to leverage complementarity of expertise, financial tools, and other available financing when programming GEF resources. 3. Unpacking operational barriers of GEF projects and find common solutions together with GEF agencies. 4. Complementing the ongoing efforts of the GEF Secretariat, staff, and GEF IEO, reinforcing cross-GEF agency coordination mechanisms to ensure consistency in project-level reporting, monitoring, knowledge management, and shared learning across GEF projects at country and regional level. We look forward to further developing the unique potential of the GEF partnership in advance of GEF 9. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gemelina. I'll now give the floor to Victoria. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Noemi. Our constituency welcomes this useful analysis. We find it positive to see that the current cohort of implementing agencies largely meets the requirements of the existing GEF business model. And of course, if there are any gaps, they need to be identified and filled. However, we worry that an expansion to more agencies would increase the complexity and difficulty of managing the GEF partnership, as we would then have to ensure that new agencies can meet GEF standards and requirements. As others have said, opening up the partnership to more agencies might also not necessarily help with dealing with the issue of concentration, which is a major concern to our constituency. And so we therefore ask for great caution on the issue of expanding the GEF partnership. And instead, we would like to see the focus really on tapping the unused potential of existing agencies. The MDBs have been mentioned by several speakers before me. And also, I mean, the report also confirms the many strengths of MDBs and IFIs, such as the high ability to leverage co-financing, that Germany also mentioned, the higher levels of private sector involvement, and many of these institutions also have a local presence in recipient countries. So we do see a lot more potential to engage with MDBs and IFIs, and yeah, would like that to be explored further. Finally, we appreciate the suggestions that are made in the document on types of agencies and how they can be strengthened. So the set-asides that are mentioned, the incentive mechanisms, the targeted outreach to countries. So we appreciate all those suggestions and look forward to exploring those further, in particular with respect to the engagement of the GEF with MDBs and IFIs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I give the floor to Bernadette, representing the Pacific Islands constituency. Bernadette, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and warm Pacific greetings. I'm not sure why my camera isn't on, but I will continue on like this. Samoa is honored to represent the collective voice of the Pacific Small Island Developing States at the 68th GEF Council meeting. We appreciate the comprehensive review report and note that the findings resonate with us, as PSIDs have long faced these challenges that have consistently constrained our ability to access funding, undertake project planning, and preparation proposals, resulting in SIDS performance inconsistencies as highlighted in the report. Chair, we are in full support of the recommendations put forward. We note that the performance metrics for SIDS indicate a decline in operational speed, with disbursement rates dropping from 67% to 57%, and agree that this trend underscores the unique challenges faced by SIDS. We therefore note the necessity and importance for GEF projects to be tailored to SIDS specific context to effectively address urgent climate change and environmental issues and challenges. We agree that the limited geographic coverage of agencies in SIDS further emphasizes the need for targeted regional support to bridge gaps in project engagement. To address these issues, it is crucial to implement context-responsive approaches that recognize the specific needs of SIDS. We need to increase star allocations for SIDS and the Small Grants Program, both of which can provide effective targeted support if tailored to our unique vulnerabilities. Samoa continues to advocate for more support towards SGBs, which allow for communities to directly access funds and enhance community leadership in addressing these challenges. In relation to enhancing operational efficiency, we strongly call for fast-tracking approval processes for SID-specific projects, reducing the time from planning to endorsement to first disbursement. Additionally, innovative financial mechanisms should be introduced, including flexible co-financing options that are in line with the financial realities of SIDS, such as the need for lower co-financing thresholds. We continue to struggle with the high co-financing thresholds set by GEF, and we have raised this challenge in our conversations with GEF CEO and Secretariat, and we urge the Council to seriously consider this if we truly wish to see better and more effective engagement of SIDS in the GEF process. We wish to emphasize the importance of programmatic approaches that are built on national priorities, sectoral and multi-sectoral programs that are already in place, and we urge the Council to consider budget support as an alternative disbursement mechanism for SIDS. We wholeheartedly agree that strategically adjusting the current agency cohort to include those with expertise in SIDS context will improve program effectiveness. For example, using regional crop agencies like SPRIP as an implementing agency to support Pacific SIDS will significantly strengthen context-responsive solutions, processes, and requirements that address our distinct challenges and improve greatly the resilience and development outcomes of Pacific SIDS overall. Finally, we would like to acknowledge and thank Jeff, the CEO, and our SIDS Pacific team in particular for their hard work and continual efforts to make Jeff more responsive to the needs and realities of member countries, particularly our SIDS. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Bernadette. Tsuyoshi-san, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. First of all, thank you very much for making the such the detailed analysis. It is a good analysis and also the well-aligned GEF guidance of the COP29, I think. So now I'd like to make a comment about the 4 points of the this analysis. Firstly, regarding the diversification of implementing agencies, it is an urgent issue for GEF. For example, regarding UNDP, while the concentration of UNDP has decreased when the share was for over 40%, UNDP still having share about 30% of the total. On the other hand, share of regional MDBs and also other institutions like IFAD remaining only about 10%. Diversification of implementing agencies is still only half down, and further strengthening of effort is needed. However, blindly diversifying the implementing agency is not the right approach, I think. Each implementing agency has its own comparative advantage and appropriate role, and I think it is essential to get involved in the project in a way that makes full use of these advantage and role for providing more effective support. Second, in the analysis of co-financing, the leverage ratio of MDBs and IFIs is 9.7 to 1, while that of UN agencies is 6.1 to 1. And the share of the private sector as a co-financing partner is 66% for MDBs and IFIs, while that of UN agencies is 27%. These figures show that MDBs and IFIs have a significant advantage in terms of mobilizing private capital and increasing their leverage ratios. This kind of highly catalytic support is a role that the GEF and other climate funds can play in further mobilizing climate finance. And the use of MDBs and IFIs should be greatly enhanced, as other categories also mentioned. Third, regarding support of LDCs and seeds, it is expected that the support will be expanded by increasing the share of regional development banks with LDCs and seeds in the region, such as IADB, ADB, and AFDB, for example. If the gap is still not filled, it would be reasonable to pursue targeted processes to solve unique challenges of such countries, as mentioned in the proposal. Finally, regarding the draft decision, I'd like to comment. Regarding the decision A, we expect that multiple options will be presented for the selection of implemented agencies, ensuring transparency and fairness, and taking cost effectiveness, including administrative cost, into consideration. We also consider that it would be a good idea to consider using an organization that has been accredited by the GCF. One of the options. Regarding B, it has been signaled that incentive mechanisms be introduced to increase the use of implementing agencies with low project implementation rate. In this regard, I'd like to ask the one question that if you have any specific information on possible schemes of that, we would appreciate it if you could present it. Thank you very much. Back to Jay.
Thank you very much. Richard, you have the floor.
Thank you, Naomi. I would like to thank the Secretariat for this expanded analysis and recognise the value of the GEF agency structure, as mentioned by France, but also note areas of weak performance, particularly the SIDS and LDCs, as indicated by the report. We strongly support pathways to include additional agencies to the GEF partnership to enhance regional support for SIDS and LDCs. And we welcome the Secretariat working with regional organisations, including the Pacific, to develop an action plan to expand the GEF partnership. We see it as essential to take context-sensitive approaches that address unique challenges in different countries, especially PSIDs, as reflected in the intervention by Samoa, which we are strongly supportive of. Well, we recognise this will need to be done in conjunction with additional capacity support, as we have seen from the PSIDS IEO report presented at this meeting. Simply the additional targeted support and agencies we don't feel is going to be sufficient, even though it's a necessary step to address the problems. We welcome the options being presented at the 69th meeting. I note that Jonathan mentioned that there hasn't been any consultations as yet to explore the possibilities of expansion, but I do feel it is important to conduct some regional outreach in the development of options to ensure their viability, particularly for the Pacific SIDS. So I'd ask that to be done in conjunction with the development of the options presentation at the 69th meeting. My concern is that options will be presented that ultimately not going to be viable. So I think there needs to be some due diligence process in the development of those options. I also support the development of incentive mechanisms to speed up disbursements, as noted in the paper. And as others have noted, we recognise the importance of the MDBs and IFIs in catalysing private finance, amongst other things, and support exploration of set-asides in GEF 9. As others have noted, we can expect more from the NDBs and IFIs and other existing agencies, and this is should be part of a comprehensive package. Lastly, we are supportive of efforts to strengthen engagement with CSOs, but we see that it's important this include engagement with Indigenous peoples, and that to be done simultaneously and as part of an expanded outreach. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. Now let's give the floor to Jonathan to reply. Then we may continue with the list of speakers. So Jonathan, back to you.
Thanks, Noemi. I think we had a number of interventions with views. Just looking at in terms of questions, they were relatively few. I want to come back to the question from Faisal just to confirm that we are looking here just at averages. But given that for some agencies there's a very limited number of projects. The averages may not be fully representative, and so any average needs to be interpreted with caution, obviously. Thank you for the input from the agencies. Indeed, as we look toward GEF 9 and what a draft policy package would look like, we're thinking of how some of the ideas that you've mentioned can be put forward for discussion and negotiation among the parties, the participants rather. This issue of cross agency mechanisms also is related to how we work, how we most effectively engage the GEF family of funds in the work through the agencies, and we also have in the knowledge and learning strategy commitments to obviously work through and with the agencies on that point. Victoria, yes, we hear your concern and note of caution. And in terms of the tapping the unused potential of MDBs and IFIs, this is obviously linked with the previous discussion we had on streamlining, and we have more work to do on seeing how we can make sure that the processes we have are more aligned with IFI internal approval processes, so that it's more conducive to working with IFIs and the GEF. Thank you, Bernadette. Again, these are some of the things that you mentioned: fast track approval, flexible co-financing, and these other mechanisms clearly are related to the streamlining efforts. And helps us to, as we start teeing up the options for GEF 9, as I mentioned. Yes, Japan, we do need to make full use of the current agencies, and we need to find ways of doing that more effectively. We don't have possible, to your question on how to actually deal with the low implementation rate. The GEF instrument, the GEF policies currently don't have any levers that we can rely on to deal with that. We have, we had in the past ways of adding more agencies to the partnership, but we don't have the corollary of that. Thank you, Richard. You had asked about due diligence that we may be able to do before coming back to council with the process options, and we'll have to look into this, but there may be, given the time available, I'm not sure that we would have sufficient time to do significant due diligence on potential agencies in the coming months. However, we do have a harmonization effort that we're working on, and so we can rely on potentially some of the processes that other funds have gone through, and that would imply potentially an adjustment to the GEF policy that we have on monitoring agency compliance with GEF policies, and so that would be a policy adjustment that we would have to bring to council for its approval. Let me stop there, Noemi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Going back to the list of speakers, Cam, floor is yours.
Hello, greetings, everybody. I just wanted to also add my thanks to the Secretariat for this work. And similar to other colleagues, we continue to advocate for access and see that the recommendation to develop options to add a limited number of additional agencies is a step in the right direction, especially with a focus on SIDS and LDCs. Maybe just two quick comments. First is on private sector engagement, which we wholeheartedly support. We've seen, though, that through other funds that we work with, is that there is a challenge with private capital mobilization in some of the SIDS countries because many of the energy generation infrastructure that currently exists is owned by parastatals or the government itself. So they themselves find it really hard to find private sector partners to work with. So for us, it'd be really important to have an explicit strategy on how these agencies and new agencies plan to address this, and that a one-size-fits-all should be avoided. And we all know that private sector isn't homogeneous, right? So it depends on who we're looking at. My second comment is linked to the enhanced collaboration, which should also, I think others have commented, should be focused on improving outcomes as well as local ownership. So for us, as part of the criteria assessment, we really like to see that these partnerships strategically target regional and local expertise, promote integrated programming approaches, as well as encouraging opportunities to strengthen engagement, programming, and support to Indigenous peoples. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Abby, floor is yours.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to everyone. First off, I know I'm speaking late, so I'm going to be a bit repetitive, but the first repetitive thing I'd like to just say is thank you to Jonathan's team and the Secretariat for the paper. It was a good analysis. In terms of the decision, we're comfortable approving it as drafted, and we're fine. I know there's been some suggestions from Gabriela, which I've trying to follow in the chat, but not necessarily succeeding. But if there are other underserved regions, such as Central Asia, that would be fine with us to add. In terms of this conversation about, so in terms of expansion, we certainly agree that you know, adding targeted regional agencies at this stage in GEF 8 could be useful. Others have mentioned that there are agencies accredited to GCF and the Adaptation Fund, and so certainly, you know, maybe looking to agencies, regional agencies, or institutions who've already gone through a process for one fund may make it simpler for adding people to the GEF. I thank you, Jonathan, for noting that accreditation is one of those areas where there's been, as identified as scope for MCF kind of harmonization and coordination. I just want to state for the record that, you know, GCF has a much broader accreditation framework. It also has a significant programming bottlenecks and a huge apparatus that needs to be maintained in order to have this accreditation. We do not want the GEF business model and sort of lean administrative structure to kind of be distorted too much by needing to add new agencies. In terms, I think this paper, this obviously is going to be a theme in the GEF 9 replenishment, and we thought that you know, going forward, while this paper is a good start, we would really like to see a more in-depth analysis of the drivers of agency concentration, as well as, you know, more creative and possibly more radical, you know, solutions to address it. Where we feel like while this document is good, it really only, I think, covers the issue kind of more on the surface. And I think there really needs, I hope there can be sort of more consultation with the agencies, but most importantly with operational focal points with people in country for understanding what the drivers are and thinking about creative ways to address it. I think this creativity should be not something that's entirely on the Secretariat to come up with, but listening to other stakeholders in the system about ways to introduce new types of programming or new types of cooperation. I think Himalina suggested a few. It definitely, and also maybe looking to other institutions for how they sort of have different modalities. I think the overall issue is that, you know, as others have said, if we add agencies, but we don't address the structural issues that are leading to concentration, countries still have limited options. And frankly, you still get beat up in council meetings about agency concentration. So it's, I think we made some changes in GEF 8. They haven't seemed to have had a dramatic impact. We've tried a couple things in the GBFF context. Obviously, it's too early to tell what the impact of those things will be, but I do think that GEF 9 is really a time to look at this in more depth. And as I said yesterday, in the context of, or a couple of days ago, I'm sorry, in the context, I think, of the streamlining paper, I think one thing to think about is whether we need to consider having different modalities for programming that is suited to the strengths and styles of different agencies and country needs. Because if the system is sort of optimized in a way that certain agencies, are able to program efficiently and effectively, but others are not, then the system itself, for no particular reason, is sort of taking away the choice that countries should have. So overall, pleased with the paper, but obviously this is a conversation that is an ongoing one, and we look forward to making some steps forward with what you're proposing now, but having a deeper conversation. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Avi. Vittorio, you have the floor.
Thank you, Noemi. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to everyone. I'll just be very brief, as some of these topics have already been touched by other colleagues. And for instance, we appreciate the Secretariat's comprehensive analysis presented in the document and recognize its value in addressing the thematic and geographic coverage challenges within the GEF partnership. As mentioned, in line with other intervention, we noticed that the data in this document clearly shows that project funding remains highly concentrated within a small number of agencies, particularly those established during the early phases of the GEF partnership. While the share of some funding agency has decreased, it still represents nearly 1/3 of the portfolio. Similarly, other agency share has grown significantly in recent replenishment, highlighting the need for greater diversification. We are also particularly concerned that least developed countries and small island developing states face persistent challenges, including longer project approval timelines, low disbursement rates, and weaker engagement of regional or national agencies tailored to their specific needs. We note that in the proposed decision text, there is a request for the Secretariat to develop options for adding a limited number of additional agencies to strengthen regional expertise and engagement with CSOs, NGOs, and the private sector. While we think that this is a step in the right direction for addressing the current imbalances, we also encourage the Secretariat to prioritize regional and national agencies with a proven ability to operate effectively in LDCs and SIDS, ensuring their voices and expertise are better reflected in the GEF programming. We also agree with other previous interventions on considering potential synergies with the other primary climate funds on this issue within the context of the joint roadmap. In closing, we welcome the answers given by the Secretariat so far on the issues raised, and we endorse the work done by it to address project concentration and underrepresentation of smaller and regional agencies. We look forward to seeing these improvements reflected in future strategies, actions, and documents to ensure a more balanced, inclusive, and effective GEF partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vittorio. Concha, floor is yours.
Thank you. And many thanks for the very good paper prepared by the Secretariat and the presentation by Jonathan. Overall, we support the relevant recommendations in the paper and the draft decisions by the Secretariat. Very briefly, 2 points. First, we recognize that the existing implementing agencies may not fully meet the needs of the SIDS and LDCs and potentially maybe Central Asia
as Gabriela suggested. So even though we think maybe adding the more agencies may not necessarily reduce the concentration issues, but we still believe the recommendation of adding additional limited agencies could help to address the concentration issue. In that context, we expect the Secretariat to develop options and process and criteria for the consideration by the Council at the 69 Council meeting. Secondly, we believe that removing geographic restrictions, especially those on national implementing agencies, would promote multi-agency collaboration and help to reduce agency concentration within the GEF portfolio. And this could also provide more options for LDCs and Cs to implement their projects. So we strongly encourage the Secretariat to consider this suggestion when you develop the options and criteria and update the relevant policies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gongsha. Stefan shared additional thoughts in the chat that I will read. We support the idea of expanding the implementing agencies' base, especially for the benefit of SIDS. We are also willing to consider potential synergies with the 3 other vertical climate and environmental funds in that regard, in keeping with their joint roadmap. Thank you very much, Stefan. Jonas, floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I trust you hear me well with my headphones on.
Yes, we hear you well.
Yeah. So we thank the GEF Secretary for this report. It's a good report and for the recommendations suggested to Council. Like several colleagues have already touched upon this, but we note that UNDP is currently at 29%. That's just under the notional target agreed for GEF 8. So we trust that the GEF Secretariat, in close collaboration with UNDP, will ensure that this target is met by the end of the replenishment period. On that, we also support Abby's comments regarding the need for more analysis of the reasons for concentration and concrete ways to address this. Was hit the nail on in his head, we think, Abby's points. So we also support the comment from France on UNDP and its performance. On the issue of the MDBs and IFIs, we note that the share held is currently at just under 10%. So we hope this will hold until the end of the GEF 8 period and hopefully even increase. We have a question for the Secretariat. Have you taken any special measures to achieve this target? And are there any lessons to be learned from these experiences which you've had in achieving the target? So significant participation by the MDBs and IFIs is particularly relevant given the fact that they managed to secure higher co-financing than the other agencies. In your experience, does execution of projects through private entities lead to higher rates of co-financing? We also note that agencies from the newer expansion have greater challenges to disperse quickly. Is the Secretariat following up these agencies in a specific way? This is also an important lesson to take on board when considering expanding the partnership, this issue of disbursements. And thank you, Jonathan, for the information on the timeline for the first decision. If the Council agrees to new agencies, how long will the process take until new agencies are part of the partnership? And sorry for the long intervention. We have many points here, but my last point was regarding the second recommendation made to Council, asking the Secretariat to develop additional options. We would suggest that these be elaborated so that they can be taken into consideration during the replenishment negotiations for GEF 9. Because currently there's no time frame mentioned in the draft decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jonas. I'll now give the floor to Sophia and then give Jonathan some time to reply to these comments and questions. Sophia, floor is yours.
Thank
Thank you very much, Noemi, and thank you, colleagues, for all the comments on this. So first of all, thank you, Jonathan, for this document. I think it was really. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you well, Sophia.
Oh, good. Thank you. So, the first of all, we think that this document was very informative. It allowed us to have a more profound perspective on the GEF partnership, in particular to the agencies. So, thank you very much. But along these lines, I fully support what Abby was mentioning. I think that it is very important to have more in-depth analysis to better understand the bottlenecks and kind of the rationale that's driving this agency concentration. For us, it is important that in this process, we include OFPs, because at the end of the day, it is countries that are choosing the agencies they want to implement the projects with, or sometimes, I mean, this is certainly something that has to also be undertaken in the process so that we guarantee the country driveness as one of the
I was able to unmute.
Operational principles that we have here at the GEF and that we have been discussing here like along these days. Thank you very much, Stefan, also for bringing these variable of how do we cross these elements with performance. We believe that this is also critical for us, and this can nourish a lot the discussion. In here, I would like to express some of the challenges we are having, particularly, and is that sometimes, and I don't know if to what extent, because it may go beyond what the GEF can do, but with agencies, sometimes we are facing a situation in which we have or we get the argument that there are not enough resources sometimes for project preparation or development or in different stages of the project because of the agency fees. And what we are hearing is that there apparently what's happening is that a share of the agency fees are going to headquarters and not to really project implementation and project and underground. So it is very important for us to have a better grasp on what's the share of the agency fees that it's really being developed for the particular project, and not for headquarters, because this is a concern we have. So this is something that we would love to see ways to explore this, because agency fees should be for the project and not for the headquarters. So we have this issue there. So another comments that we have here is, for us, is also of critical importance to emphasize the need to provide a more prominent role to national executing agencies also, while encouraging capacity building alongside traditional ownership, traditional implementing partnerships. So for us, strengthening national executor not only enhances local ownership and sustainability of projects, but also it ensures that solutions are tailored to the unique socio-environmental context of each country. So by fostering collaboration and knowledge exchange between national executors and established implementers, the GEF can drive effective, inclusive, and resilient environmental initiatives aligning with its broader objectives and mandate of delivering global environmental impact. Then on the proposal of the decision, we believe that we may also add a little bit or like tweak the language, because it's becoming kind of a list of groupings there for the targeted agency implementation. So here I'm speaking on behalf of Colombia only, and this is on my national capacity. For Colombia, we support the opening of this targeted agency accreditation process. Like, this is something that we also said, and it's also in a decision of the climate COP, and we believe that, as well as China was mentioning before, it may not solve the whole problem, but it's important in the sense that not only it helps to the problem we're addressing here about the agency concentration, but also helps to serve better the recipient countries, which is one of the elements that for us it's critical. How do we serve better these countries? But so on the language, we would propose to not have the listing, but just group them as using the term also Abby was bringing, so in underserved regions. So if we have this more general concept, it will allow all underserved regions to have this opportunity here. So this is something that we could just, in terms of the decision, would like to modify. And for now, I will leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sophia. And apologies, Samantha, I missed your name in the chat. So I'll give you the floor before we go back to Jonathan. So Samantha, representing the Caribbean islands, you have the floor, and then back to Jonathan to reply to the comments. Samantha, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, colleagues. Speaking on behalf of the Caribbean constituency, we welcome the report on the GEF agencies, which shows the current cohort largely meets the requirements of the GEF business model, demonstrating extensive geographic reach, thematic coverage, and project development capacity. We note and are greatly concerned that the converse was demonstrated in the case of SIDS, with only a few international agencies maintaining a substantial presence in SIDS. We especially note the gaps identified with regional expertise, funding distribution, operational performance, all of which have plagued SIDS from one replenishment cycle to the next. From GEF 5 to 7, SIDS have been severely disadvantaged in having to work with 1 to 3 agencies, restricting our ability and access to a larger pool of expertise for greater operational efficiency. The report amplifies our need for additional implementing agencies with dedicated country offices to respond specifically to the unique needs and challenges of SIDS. This must be done not in isolation, but as part of a broader targeted support framework for SIDS to address these long-standing gaps and deficiencies. I must add here that there are several regional agencies in the Caribbean with expertise and intimate knowledge of SIDS needs and challenges, and these agencies are implementing projects for several other multilateral environmental funds. We therefore once again call on the GEF to be more responsive to this particular need of SIDS, and we look forward to engaging the GEF on this urgent matter. This engagement must happen in a structured and at a deeper level than just through the OFPs. We also need to mention that the practice of requiring countries to work with particular agencies for specific projects must be stopped. We call on the GEF to allow countries to continue maintaining autonomy in selecting implementing agencies with whom they have established effective relationships. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samantha. So back to you, Jonathan.
Thank you, Naomi. Thank you, council members, for those comments. The comment from Cam regarding the challenges in SIDS with private sector and parastatals is something that we do take note of, and indeed there would need to be an explicit strategy, again, as most likely as part of the GEF 9 package on how to address this. Abby, we really do take on board your request to be creative and look a little bit deeper at some of these things. And so, understanding the drivers of concentration, which seem to be sort of built into the current GEF business model, and we're looking at ways in which we can tweak the business model in GEF 9 to address that issue. Jonas, you asked a very good question about what have we done to incentivize. I would just go back to the GEF 8 request to the Secretariat, and that was for us to, in the first instance, monitor, report on how we're meeting the aspirational target. How we get there is obviously a different question. We could point to the integrated program lead roles, which have been more competitive for the MDBs, and that's reflected in the agency distribution in the IPs as a whole. And obviously going back to the streamlining efforts and how do we align the GEF project cycle in a way that's more conducive to working with IFIs and MDBs. More work obviously to be done there. I wanted to also respond to some of the questions on the process. Indeed, we don't have the machinery, as Abby refers to it, for accreditation in the Secretariat, and so we need to have an approach that's fit for purpose for the GEF. The process, if you refer back to the last expansion when we added the 8 additional agencies in the pilot phase, there was a 3-stage approach that we used for that. In the first stage, interested agencies submitted an initial application, and then we assessed it against some criteria. There were 6 criteria that we used, and then there was a second stage where we had an independent accreditation panel that reviewed the applicant's ability to meet the minimum standards. So the four key GEF minimum standards on fiduciary, environmental and social safeguards, gender and stakeholder engagement. And then in the third stage, that was the decision, and then the finalizing of agreements, which involve a financial procedures agreement with the GEF trustee. And so in this respect, we need to actively involve the GEF trustee in this, as they're the ones that will be signing a legal agreement with the entities that are chosen, and in accordance with the bank's policies and procedures on this, they need to also be, excuse me, able to do that. And then we also in the past had entered into MOUs with the agencies on various other aspects of the agency roles that aren't covered in the FPA. Sophia, indeed, on the difference between the agency fees and where they go. The agency fees essentially are to cover the implementation and supervision responsibilities of the agencies, and those are listed in our guidelines. So one of the things that we want to do with agencies is make sure that their teams internally are clear on what those responsibilities are. And so that's one of the actions in the streamlining, is that we work with them on that clarification. The project management costs do go to the executing entity at the country level, and so that's just to clarify that. I'm sure you're very well aware of that, but and obviously lots of great guidance and views expressed by the council members, but I don't see another question, so I'll pass back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. So before I continue with the list of speakers, just a quick reminder that to request the floor, please use the chat. This will help me to maintain the order of interventions, as it can be challenging to keep the track of raised hands in Zoom. I'm doing my best, and as soon as I see the hand, I would put it in the chat so we can try to keep the order. So in advance, apologize if I miss someone, but I will call the participants in the order seen in the chat. So with your support, I will follow that list. And if I miss someone, let me know, and I will certainly accommodate accordingly. Lampert, Larissa, I've seen your hands. Elif too. I've put you in the chat already. So our next comment is a written comment from Larissa that I will read as it is in French. The comment says as follows. Je pense qu'il faut assurer une meilleure implication des points focaux à la gestion des projets par les agences d'exécution. Merci beaucoup, Larissa. I will now give the floor to Aliona. Floor is yours. Okay, maybe we can then continue with Wampi. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. And great discussion and happy to be able to join. With regard, because I'm so late in the discussion, I think I can echo a lot of what has been said. Jonathan, team, everybody, really, we welcome very much the work done. It's a really rich report, and I really thought the wealth of data was good and helped us also to get a good overview, global overview of all the work is done and the landscape of support for countries. We also see that it's a bit more challenging to operate in those countries that have lesser capacity and less opportunity to voice their needs. So you see that there is more activity in middle income countries and a bit less in the SID and LDC. So we echo those that say that it would be nice to put more opportunity there. And also with regard to the question of expansion, I think the opportunity to expand the partnerships limited in qualified Pacific regional organizations, I think that can be helpful to have a targeted expansion. And at the same time, I think, like you said clearly also in the evaluation report, to do this with eye for the balance, because of course it will also increase complexity. And so it should be sure that the new agencies that we add also can meet the GEF standards and requirements. So it's a fine balance to be that we need to be to strike. But I think in the end it's a good to look into it. And then I was very happy, Jonathan, that you gave also answers to the timeline questions, because I think that is also interesting, the process and how we go further. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Wampi. I will now also read a written suggestion for Gabriela, from Gabriela, to replace point A of the decision, quoting, request the Secretariat to develop options to add a limited number of additional agencies to the partnership to enhance regional expertise for LDCs, SIDS, and countries in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, for consideration by the Council at its 69th meeting. Thank you, Gabriela. Enid, floor is yours.
Greetings to all of you. Our constituency supports the reduction of project concentration per agency to enhance efficiency and ensure greater diversification within the GEF portfolio. This approach can help streamline project phases, especially during implementation, while fostering operational efficiency, which has already shown notable results in founding agencies during the 8th replenishment. By addressing concentration, the GEF9 replenishment can promote a more balanced portfolio across agencies, reducing bottlenecks and enhancing regional and thematic coverage. We also emphasized the importance of strengthening alignment between country participation strategies, the small grants program, and the private sector. Under GEF9, efforts should focus on incentivizing private sector involvement and enhancing collaboration with regional agencies, particularly in areas like chemicals and waste, where coverage remains limited. These measures will contribute to achieving a more impactful and inclusive GEF portfolio. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Enid. And I will read another written comment in French sent by Larissa. She conveys the following. Il sera bénéfique de créer cette parfaite synergie d'action entre le Fonds climatique. Nous approuvons l'idée d'avoir des agences nationales à l'instar du Fonds vert climat. Thank you very much, Larissa. And following the raised hands, I will now give the floor to Lambert, representing Burundi, Cameroon, Central Africa Republic, Congo, Congo DR, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, and Sao Tome and Principe. Lambert, floor is yours.
Merci, je ne sais pas si vous me voyez, si vous m'entendez. Hello? Hello?
On te voit bien et on t'entend bien, Lambert, oui.
Ah, merci beaucoup. Excusez-moi, Naomi, merci beaucoup. Merci, Jonathan, merci et bonne fête de fin d'année à notre PDG Carlos. Nous avons des difficultés dans notre sous-région. Je ne sais pas, je parle en mon nom, au nom de la République centrafricaine parce que je n'arrive pas à joindre mon membre du conseil, l'équato-guinéen. Mais je suis content de vous dire que nous enregistrons un problème. D'abord, n'arrivons pas à vous joindre, ça c'est sûr. Félicitations pour le rapport. Le problème clé des agences de nos pays, c'est la concentration des fonds du FEM. Nous devons nous renseigner, nous résigner à dire vrai sur les agences de mise en œuvre. Il n'y a pas de suivi tout en leur nom. Hein. Nous sommes des États. C'est le FEM octroie l'argent aux États par l'intermédiaire des agences. Les agences doivent suivre les rôles, même s'ils suivent les procédures de FEM, ils doivent se référer aux exigences des États. Nous devons aujourd'hui, il y a l'autre problème, c'est la capitalisation des fonds dans le secteur privé en ce qui concerne le cofinancement. Il faudra que le secrétariat réfléchisse là-dessus, que le conseil puisse réfléchir. Il n'est pas nécessaire du tout d'augmenter le nombre d'agences aujourd'hui, parce qu'on a des problèmes avec les agences existantes. Le plus vient de je l'ai compris, mais il y a un problème. Et c'est ça où la République centrafricaine, au nom de la Constitution, répète qu'il faut continuer les procédures de renforcement des capacités des points focaux pour mieux faire, et ce sont des États, je pense, pour mieux comprendre ce qui se passe dans les pays et pour bien générer et pour bien soutenir le portefeuille du FEM. Nous encourageons les déclarations de la Chine pour l'appui au PMA et petits États insulaires en développement. Nous pensons remercier encore et pour une fois de plus, félicitons le secrétariat et le conseil. Et Naomi, nous vous félicitons pour les démarches que vous êtes en train de mener pour notre pays et pour les États membres du FEM. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Lambert. I will now read a written comment that Annette sent. We would like to be more general regions and thematic expertise for point A in a document. So for example, tweaking to selectively add agencies with either special thematic and or regional expertise to address current gaps, especially in LDCs and SIDS and other underserved regions. Thank you, Annette. I'll now give the floor to Ben. Floor is yours.
Thanks, Mary. Sorry, I didn't see my name coming up so quickly on the chat, so thank you for that. Firstly, just to say, I think this is a very important discussion we're having today and is a valuable exercise. And I think that the GEF Secretariat's report was very helpful in providing a useful analysis regarding some of the issues, including, and not forgetting the points they make on the co-financing by instruments and which agencies have the highest levels of private sector engagement and which ones are engaging in the CSOs and NGOs. I think we particularly noted the point regarding the access to agencies by the SIDS Obviously we've heard those comments as well from our colleagues from the Pacific and Caribbean constituencies. So I think just to emphasize, I think it's very important that we do retain language regarding the SIDS in the decision text when we get to that point. I also agree with others that we need to take a cautious approach, and this is a cautious first step in terms of developing options for the Council to consider at future meetings. And I think we also agree with others of the importance of considering some of the bottlenecks for some of the existing agencies, needing to really take note of that and addressing some of those issues, particularly trying to bring more agencies to have a greater role where they have an ability to engage with the private sector and increase co-financing. So I think we agree with the point which Abby made from the US on the need to have a more thorough analysis of some of those bottlenecks and some of the solutions to address some of those issues. And obviously, these, I guess, will be things that we will be considering as part of the GEF 9 discussions. I think Jonathan has already confirmed that to be the case. I'll leave it there. Many thanks.
Many thanks, Ben. Elif conveyed that she will not request the floor. Thanks, Elif. This will take me to Sophia's written comment that I will read. Request the Secretariat to develop the options to a limited number of additional agencies to the partnership with a focus on underserved regions with regard to agency coverage and to strengthen engagement with CSOs, NGOs, and the private sector for consideration by the Council at its 79th meeting. There is another written comment in the chat from Luciana, also from the same constituency as Sofia. Good morning, colleagues. Speaking on behalf of Brazil, we would prefer to substitute the term underserved regions with the known terminology in multilateral environmental agreements, which is developing countries which have not been adequately funded. I don't see any more comments or requests to address the floor. So with that, Jonathan, I will give, oh, Martin. Martin, the floor is yours.
Muchísimas, perdón. Ahí está, ¿me pueden escuchar?
Sí, Martín, te escuchamos bien.
Gracias. En realidad, no tenemos una objeción muy grande respecto al lenguaje sugerido, pero no terminamos sí de entender el alcance de la expresión underserved regions, si bien obviamente entendemos que es en el contexto de la cantidad de agencias que actúan, pero no terminamos de estar del todo cómodos por no entender el alcance de este término. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Martin. I will read the last comment that I see in the chat from Annette. Question to Jonathan. Could you please give an update on enlarging coverage for existing nations agencies like FUNBIO? I believe that, well, we also have Abby. I see you're requesting the floor. Abby, floor is yours. And then we would go back to Jonathan.
Thanks. I'm just coming in a second time because I know we're having a chat conversation about the decision text, and I'm assuming I'm not the only person who struggles with the chat conversations about decision text. But I just wanted to say, just for clarity's sake, while we were open to some of the suggestions on the addition of Eastern Europe and Central Asia, we would, if there's a lot of discussion about this, we'd like to stick to the original decision text, which says it has regional expertise for LDCs and SIDS. That we can live with that. I think, considering that we're running over, and I know that the LDCF SCCF meeting is supposed to start I hope that we can, you know, wrap this decision text efficiently. I think there's general agreement, but I don't want to get into a debate today, considering that this is probably just a preview of what we may need to do in GEF 9 about scope for expansion. So let's I just wanted to make that position clear, since I know sometimes it's easier if we just intervene orally rather than in the chat. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much, Avi. So with that, I will now give the floor to Jonathan to reply to these comments. Jonathan, floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks, Noemi. Thanks to the council members for again the interaction on this issue. I just wanted, in terms of the yeah, I'm also trying to follow the chat decision proposals. I just maybe would be helpful to go back to the ask to the Secretariat on this issue was to continue to report and track the coverage based on the criteria that was established earlier, including geographic and thematic coverage, and so that's what we've done, and the analysis as we presented to the council shows that we see generally that there's good coverage, but there's a potential for more work on LDCs and SIDS. And then by extension, the agencies that can work with the private sector to leverage additional more co-financing and leverage other resources, and also perhaps in the area of CSOs and NGO engagement. So we've done that. We've and presented this data to council. And recognize that the objective here at the end of the day is to make sure that countries have choice in using GEF resources, that they can be used as effectively as possible. We're not going to be able to solve funding and resource challenges only through what the cohort of GEF agencies looks like. But it's one delivery mechanism. We're focused on the delivery mechanism, not obviously the resource and funding challenges. So I think that's it. Let me pass back to you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. There is also some comments in the chat. Ben agreeing with the US, happy with the existing text. Tsuyoshi, Japan supports US suggestion. Japan also prefers the existing text. Victoria also supports the US suggestion. So does Richard. Gabriela, you have requested the floor. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. Sorry to come back. I understand it's a virtual meeting. It's difficult. We have to work with the chat and various communication channels at the same time. I recognize that there was a request from the US, which was now supported by many, to revert back to the original language. And we were the ones probably starting this avalanche of comments, I understand, by editing the decision. I just want to make it very clear, in defense for my constituency and the members of my constituency, and we'll come back to this at C69, given if there's like a majority who's very clearly in favor of not adjusting the decision, and we understand the process. Decision will be taken at C69, and the full decision will only be taken at the end of the replenishment. So none of this is decided yet anyway, but we just want to make it very clear that any kind of expansion, in our understanding, needs to be data-driven. So we don't want to just expand for the sake of expanding, but if we expand, we have to expand thematically and geographically, where currently there is an underservice. And we do not feel that the current decision fully reflects that. But we will not block consensus on this. I just wanted to make that very clear, because we will come back to this in the context of the replenishment and in the context of the council decisions moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gabriela. We have a comment in the chat from Annette supporting the US. Sophia is also agreeing with you, Gabriela. I don't see any more comments.
Sorry, we're also requesting the floor.
Oh, you're requesting the floor, Sophia. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
You have the floor.
So we completely agree with what Gabriela was saying. So right now we would not, there is no consensus. We would also not revert to the previous decision, because for us, the purpose of opening this targeted expansion, it has to deal with, and it has to be around the rationale of agency coverage and not groupings. I mean, because data will allow us to take those decisions, and certainly we will drive decisions to one side, to one or another. But for us, it's important that the rationale here, it's, as Gabriela was saying, data driven and on the basis of agency coverage and not certain country groupings. So there's no consensus here.
Thank you, Sophia. I don't see any more comments in the chat. So back to you, Jonathan.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I would just like to go back to the methodology that we used, which is it was established some time ago. We've been reporting on this on these dimensions of agency coverage since GEF 7, and so we took quite a bit of care in looking at the data the data that we have in a very thorough way, and that is why we came up with the recommendation that we have in the proposed decision. So I just wanted to assure council members that that has been the approach that we've taken. I also see there was a question from China in the chat. There hasn't been a decision to move forward on that aspect of additional expansion. So we're status quo on that one. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. There is another comment from Sophia in the chat that I will read. Request the Secretariat to develop options to add a limited number of additional agencies to the partnership on the basis of agency, regional, and thematic coverage, and to strengthen engagement with CSOs, NGOs, and the private sector for consideration by the Council at its 79th meeting. So I don't see any more comments. So Chair, back to you.
Thank you, Noemi. I was texting with Claude to see how do we find a way out here, because correct me if I'm wrong, Noemi, we got kind of two positions. One is a position of a group of council members to keep to the original text, and and there's these other positions with regards promoted by Switzerland and Colombia, requesting the Secretariat to develop options to a limited number of additional agencies to the partnership on the basis of an agency regional and thematic coverage, which is what we did in the document, I believe so. Not Jonathan. This is what we basically did in the document. So I would like to go back to Colombia and Switzerland and explaining that precisely, you know, what we did in this analysis is to develop those agencies, those options to add potentially agencies, but on the basis of agency, regional, and thematic coverage, and strength. And this is why we came up with this decision. Claude, are you willing to help me giving some more background and probably a way out of this?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we do. We do.
Yes, thanks, Carlos, and thanks, Jonathan, for this, and thanks to all council members. This is obviously a very interesting and important topic. I think we have to go back and remind ourselves that we are not trying to solve all of the agency issues with this decision. When we were developing this paper, we took the request from council in the GEF 8 negotiations and interpreted it in the way that we did, which was in a very simple and focused way to look at present coverage of agencies and usage by countries and access by countries to the agency pool that we had. And the data, and this has been mentioned by many council members, we should follow the data. In this case, the data does point to a very focused gap in coverage or in access, equal access to all the agencies for the reasons that are in the document, primarily focused on SIDS and LDCs. And what we are proposing, again, is not a solution to agency concentration, although we do feel that bringing in more options for those country groups that are primarily at the mercy of fewer agencies may help eventually, but that will not solve all of the problems of agency concentration. It will not address other thematic gaps that perhaps are needed. It will not solve all of the private sector engagement and competitive advantage that we want to have for some of the MDBs. Again, those are issues that we need to consider in different fora. And so I think what I would implore on council is not to try and solve all of the agency issues in this particular paper. We are asking for a very focused, and again, as we've mentioned, this is not the final decision. We would come back with plans and options, but in a very focused matter. And that many of the other issues, which are very, very important and have been put on the table, such as set-asides, incentives, and we are also thinking of issues such as, fit-for-purpose accreditation for NGI, for example. These are all examples and topics that we hope will be put on the table during the GEF 9 negotiations that could enhance the partnership, as well as start to address some of these other issues that have been part of this discussion. So I think it's going to be difficult to reach consensus if we try and solve all of these issues in what should have been and what we are proposing to be a more focused, simple decision, and also identify these issues to be brought back during the negotiations. So let me stop there, Carlos.
Thank you, Claude. I think Annette is asking for the floor. No, Noemi?
Thank you, Chair. Annette, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And also thank you very much, Claude, for the words of wisdom and data-driven decision-making, which are always very welcome. I do understand that we have sort of a pre-GEF 9 decision point here, which is maybe a little bit early. We haven't started quite yet. And so reverting back what Jonathan explained in detail and what was the original task, and also what you just explained, Claude, about the data that's actually already available and gives clear indications. I would like to once again support the original decision text. We are not totally happy with that because we had a feeling that it might actually be opening the door slightly too early. We'd like to see more analysis, etc. But we're happy with the decision text. I would like to urge everyone else to also support this decision text. And also, we'd like to very, very strongly support what's in the decision text, namely mentioning LDCs and SIDS, because that's what the data obviously points towards. We heard it loud and clearly from all the representatives of LDCs and SIDS that they support this and they need that, and they have special agencies that are already working with them, and they would like to use those in addition. So there's clearly sort of a case to be made for that, and so we like to focus on that. And also, I might add that I find it for us, it's a matter of global solidarity to actually go forward and include LDCs and SIDS in this decision text, because and actually say that in name, and not just lump them under sort of a more general term, because data points towards that, and we clearly have a case here to be made for global solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Annette. Gabriela, floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm sorry to prolong this conversation. I said it before, but because Carlos was referring to myself, we are not blocking consensus. And just in response to Claude, because of the data is the main reason that we're speaking up, because the data shows that the members of my constituency are heavily underserved. That's what the data shows. And the decision doesn't reflect that. It only reflects LDCs and SIDS, which we fully recognize that they're underserved. That's why we suggested to just add the countries of our region that are underserved. But we can go along with the decision as is, as we understand it's not the final decision, but we will come back to this point. And we urge you as a secretariat, when you prepare that decision for C69, to really build it on data, because some of the elements, also the NGO coverage, I didn't get the full response. I understand that IPLC coverage is bad or not as good as the other, but it wasn't that didn't come out very clearly in your responses. And we have 3 implementing agencies, which are CSOs. So it's difficult to argue that we don't have coverage for CSOs in general. And that's why I think in the decision we'll have in the future, it will be important that we nuance that. And when you look at the additional agencies, that they really do fill a gap that exists. And I'm not intending to address all issues we have around agency concentration. We were very clear about that. It's just about the expansion element. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriela, for that. And thanks also, Annette, for that. 2 things, Gabriela. First, I really concur with your impression with regards to your constituency. I was able to visit your constituency in Central Asia twice this year, and had plenty of conversations with operational focal point, political focal points, and the different teams. And definitely, yes, there is a gap in terms of agency coverage. I was super happy on the announcement that one of our implementing agencies opening a new office in Central Asia, which is the case of IUCN in Uzbekistan. That is going to help us. But yes, we're conscious about it, and we'll be continue working on the findings and recommendation of these document as we enter into the replenishment. Also, I want to remind everyone that the GEF replenishment basically said that, or asked for the possibility to accredit additional entities as GEF agencies if analysis shows that there are geographic and thematic gaps that additional agencies could fill. And just the report is quite clear with regards to the gaps that we have seen in the context of the SID, but that's not the only one. So we're conscious about it, and we will continue working on that one, Gabriela. So if you're happy with my explanation, let me try and see if there is consensus on what Annette has proposed, which is based on the clear understanding that there further works need to be done, as we will continue on this analysis and process within what we have in 2025 to approve the proposed text that was presented today by Jonathan. I think we have Sophia Noemi.
Yes, Sophia, you have requested the floor. Floor is yours.
So thank you very much, colleagues. I think that our issue is not, I mean, neglecting any data-driven conclusion, but the fact that the decision has to really reflect that we are taking this on the basis of agency coverage and not groupings. So for us, the decision text right now, as it's framed, it's not workable. We could work maybe along the lines of one of Annette's proposals before. Also making sure that, wait a second, where's Annette's proposal? So we can work along those lines, but we cannot revert to the decision as it is. So just give me a few seconds to work along those, and we will try to show as much flexibility as we can. But that's kind of the rationale behind our comments.
Thank you, Sophia. Thanks for that constructive comment. And well, what I will propose to Council is that Sophia and Jonathan can work on a language proposal. We suspend any decision on this agenda item. We enter into this 37 LDCS SCF Council meeting because this is, no, we still have other businesses. Okay, so why don't we stop here with this agenda item if you agree, and hopefully it's Sophia and Jonathan and whoever else wants to work a little bit on reflecting in deep text decision what Sophia was mentioning as we continue with other businesses. And if we are unable to finish on time with this, we can continue on working as we finish the last agenda item of the GEF Trust Fund 68 GEF Council meeting and start the 37 LDCF, SACF, and later today we can do a break in LDCF if it's needed to take the decision. If we can do it while we are with the other business agenda item, that would be fabulous and great. Okay, seems like there is consensus on this way forward. So let me move her now over to you, Noemi, for our last GEF Trust Fund agenda item.
Thank you very much, Chair. So there's three topics that I would like to raise. The first one is to mention that Sophia has informed that her question on staff initial perspective on GEF 9 has been already addressed on the report of the chairperson of staff's discussion. Thus decides not to raise it again under other businesses as initially requested in the adoption of the agenda. So the second topic, very briefly, on Monday, I sent via email to Council a proposed decision regarding the co-chair for 2025, which received favorable comments. To provide more context, according to the GEF's instrument, paragraph 18, Council meetings shall be co-chaired by an elected Council member. This position, as you know, alternates annually between recipient and non-recipient countries. Our most recent non-recipient co-chair was from North America, with the two preceding ones from Europe. Notably, Australia last held this role in January 2018. So we are glad to convey Richard Bontier's interest as council member for the constituency of Australia, New Zealand, and Republic of Korea to serve as co-chair for the year 2025. And the third item is I will also bring for council consideration as we fell behind the original agenda and given the times as it was mentioned yesterday, we propose in accordance with paragraph 24 of the council rules of procedure to present agenda item 13, GEF 8 midterm review on performance of full flexibility, which was initially scheduled for this meeting to be included in the provisional agenda for the 69th GEF Council for discussion next June. Thanks, and back to you, Chair.
Thanks, Naomi, for that. Thanks also to Richard and the constituency for the opportunity of having the co-chair being nominated for the next year, 2025. I don't know. I think it would be great if we can offer the floor to Richard.
Thank you, Carlos Manuel. I haven't prepared anything, but I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity. Looking forward to, should the council be willing to accept my nomination as the co-chair with you for next year, that I'd be gratefully accepting of this position. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. Thank you so much. And I look forward to be very close to you and your team from your constituency and working on the many things, I would say very challenging work, many things that will be confronted in 2025. And again, at this point, my biggest gratitude to our actual co-chair, Dauda, that the extraordinary work in being able to put together, help us 3 council meetings in 1 year, which is totally unconventional and unusual. So thank you so much, Richard. Do we have any comments, observation, or the positions against Richard becoming the co-chair of the GEF Trust Fund for 2025? I see no objections. Thank you so much. Congratulations again, Richard. I look forward to that. Over to you, Noemi.
Thank you, Chair. I believe this concludes our GEF Trust Fund Council meeting. Before we go back to further discussing on coverage by agencies, so we're now good to go with LDCF, SCCF.
Okay, I just want to check. I see Sophia's hand raised. I don't know if she asked for the floor once more or not. Can you clarify that, Sophia?
Oh, I think there was a legacy here.
Okay.
Sorry. Although we already have some tech. Well, we can work with that, Jonathan. But thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate the effort. I mean, having a decision on this document is extremely important. Your observations are quite important and valid, Sophia. So please have an exchange with Jonathan. Let us know what we can do, what we can do to help conclude the 68th GEF Council meeting. Thank you. So with this, as I said, we conclude the 68th Council meeting with this pending this decision. And it is my real pleasure to open the 37 LDCF SCCF Council meeting, which are, as you all know, our 2 specialized funds for adaptation to climate change. Coming out of multiple COPs in this later part of this year, and looking at all the science and evidence that was presented throughout the different COPs and subsidiary bodies, climate change is worsening around the globe. And according to the World Meteorological Organization, the last 9 years, in between 2015 and 2023, were the warmest years on record. And 2023 was the warmest year in record today. Nevertheless, I strongly believe that 2023 will be the coldest year in the rest of our lives, as this tendency of climate change continue the same path. IPCC tell us that climate extremes are becoming more frequent and intense, bringing increased risk of natural resource disasters, floods, and fires. In the same month, Ecuador was going through terrible droughts that really affected the provision of electric energy. There were cuts of 8 to 10 hours a day, and of course that generated civil unrest. While at the same time, there were floods in Valencia, Spain, with catastrophic impact. And yes, of course, in both countries, there were a lot of complaints and even civil unrest. So in 1 month, we were very close to see a president stepping down because of the drought. And in Spain, we almost saw the same thing. The prime minister forced by public opinion to step down because of the flood. I think that it is evident that extreme weather events are not just impacting the global south and in particular the most vulnerable societies in LDCs and in cities. This situation is even much more worse, and all countries, regardless of their geography, regardless of their income per capita, and regardless of the size of their economy, are becoming extremely vulnerable to these effects. And floods and droughts bring the real danger of widespread hunger and famine in the global south. Rising sea level risk not only economies, but the ongoing existence of many small island states. And this is true the front line of the global climate crisis. So when I went to Baku, I heard frustration expressed by leaders of many of the LDCs and seeds on the limited progress of international efforts to meet their financial needs under the new collective quantified global goal on climate finance. Nevertheless, one of the many positive results of COP29 is the decision to pursue effort to at least triple annual outflows from funds, including LDCF and SCCF, from the 2022 levels by 2030. I'm grateful that the international community continues to see the value of these funds and to share our trust in their ability to help meet the adaptation needs of the world's most climate vulnerable populations and societies. However, trust alone is not enough. Despite this clear mandate and our track record of success, today both the LDCF and SCCF remain undercapitalized, constraining their ability to deliver progress when it is most needed. Also, I'm pleased to note that 3 donors will be announcing new pledges and contributions later this week. However, despite the generosity of the donor, these pledges taken together remain a fraction of what is needed for the LDCF and SCCF to thrive, especially given our commitment to leave not least developed countries or small island states behind. These constraints also hindered the work program you will see today, with 2 technically clear projects unable to be included due to the scarcity of resources. But despite these challenges, both the LDCF and SCCF continue to deliver urgently need for adaptation action, while evolving and innovative their approaches and partnership. Just one recent highlight in the 3rd round of the Challenge Program for Adaptation and Innovation announced in Baku COP29 with 30 new winning projects now set to test and scale up vital financial innovation, from enhancing the adaptive capacity of women in the agricultural sector through financial inclusion, to scaling up traditional fire management techniques for resilient ecosystem services through carbon credit generation. Also crowdfunding climate smart loans, developing virtual green banking for adaptation, and kickstarting international market for resilient building bonds. Under this work program, the LDCF is also extending its work in fragile and conflict-affected states with a multi-trust fund project to address food and water insecurity, increasing climate resilience of almost 500,000 people in Yemen. Meanwhile, the SCF continues to align the multilateral development banks and other stakeholders in its effort to unlock financial flows to island adaptation, including under a new program with the Asian Development Bank to support Fiji, Micronesia, and Nauru, 3 highly vulnerable Pacific nations. Recognizing that partnership with our sister multilateral climate funds are vital to increasing the scale, reach, and impact of our programming, we're working even more closely with the Adaptation Fund, the Climate Investment Funds, and the Green Climate Fund to align our efforts and ensure we complement, not just compete with, each other's investments. From our efforts to maximize transparency around multilateral climate finance through the new Climate Project Explorer online platform, to joint campaigning and advocacy, including our shared pavilion at the last COP, we are dedicated to maximizing synergies between our funds to ensure every dollar invested in climate finance has the greatest possible impact. So as you can see, despite challenging circumstances and the undeniable urgency of climate action, we are positive about our ability to deliver. But if we are to meet the challenges facing LDCF and the seas at the speed and the scale the climate requires, we need you as supporters to ensure finance is available to activate change today. Now, I would like to hand over to our esteemed chair of the LDC group, Mr. Evans Nahewa, who is Chief Environmental Officer at the Environmental Affairs Department of Malawi, as well as the GEF Alternate Council member for the Southern African constituencies. Evans, thank you so much for joining us. We value your engagement with the LDC group. It is a pleasure to give the floor to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and the CEO of the GEF, Carlos, distinguished council members and ordinary members, colleagues. It is my pleasure to address the council in my capacity as the chair of the LDC group. And I would like to thank you, Mr. Carlos Manuel Rodriguez, the CEO and chairperson, for the continued positive collaboration and the partnership with the LDC group. This council meeting this week follows the conclusion, as you have said, of 3 conference of parties, and they just concluded COP 16 of the CBD, and also the ongoing negotiations on a global plastics treaty. All this occurring amidst a challenging geopolitical context. While all of these negotiations have addressed topics that are critically important to least developed countries, the 29th Climate COP that concluded last month in Baku holds particular relevance for this council. And I want to take your words, CEO, for in your introductory remarks, as you have put it, that we are in Baku and you followed the proceedings. While all of these negotiations have addressed topics that are critically important to LDCs, the 29th Climate COP that concluded last month in Baku holds particular relevance to this council, as I've said. Baku was labeled the finance COP, as we all know, and where intense negotiations on the new collective quantified goal on climate finance took place. For the LDCs, securing ambitious, accessible, and predictable adaptation support is critically important. We need to do more. And while the outcomes on the NCQG negotiations were not fully reflective of our needs, the ODCs and our colleagues in the seats, the final decision calling on for tripling of financial outflows through the operating entities from 2022 levels gives us some level of encouragement. This signals a potentially greater role for the LDCF and SCCF in delivering the much needed adaptation finance for LDCs towards and beyond the upcoming GF9 cycle. However, despite these positive signals for the future, we face urgent needs now. In the third year of the current GF cycle, we are lagging behind the financial scenarios adopted in the GF8 programming strategy. We hope we'll do better in the GF9. At COP29, again, we are forced to cancel the planned LDCF SCF pledging session that was scheduled. This was a key moment to publicly demonstrate global support from development partners for adaptation action due to the limited number of new pledges to the funds that being announced. While 3 donors would have made new pledges in Baku, and we thank them for their continued support, the overall low level of planned contributions sends a warning signal to LDCs. Meanwhile, we continue to face record-shattering climate impacts, from unprecedented flooding from Nepal to Afghanistan, to more frequent and intense typhoons and hurricanes in Africa, including in Malawi, Asia, and the Caribbean. The situation that we face as LDCs is nothing short of being catastrophic. Chair, in the face of these climate impacts, the LDCF offers hope for all least developed countries. I'm pleased that this council will again consider a strong work program this week, in fact today, but where I'm happy to see the significant program in front of the council, I'm also saddened to note that not all technically cleared projects could be included due to resource constraints. This is worrying for us, as the LDCF is our chosen funding vehicle, especially due to its robust nature and agility, which enable it to meet the most urgent needs of the LDCs. Timely support, Chair, is essential for us to recognize the LDCF as a fund that delivers. Chair, LDCs are ready to continue submitting proposals. Clearly, the LDCs are eager to address their climate adaptation priorities through the LDCF. Throughout the sometimes contentious climate finance negotiations, we have continued to positively recognize the LDCF as the fund that delivers for the LDCs. But our trust in and endorsement of the LDCF needs to be reinforced with your trust and endorsement, Chair and development partners, via more robust and timely financial contributions. Therefore, we respectfully call on all donors both to contribute and to consider raising your contributions significantly to ensure predictability of funding and the ability of the LDCF to meet the GF8 financial resources. In closing, Chair, we look forward to the Council's consideration of the planning note for the GF9 climate change adaptation strategy. The LDC group stands ready to engage with the stakeholders and develop a practical and ambitious strategy that directly addresses our most urgent adaptation needs. I thank you very much, Chair, and Council members and alternates and all the partners, and I look forward to a successful Council meeting as we conclude tomorrow. Thank you. Have a good day.
Oh, thank you so much, Evans, for joining us today here at the GEF Council meeting, and for the great work that the LDC group has been doing, not just around the clock within the UNFCCC, but very importantly, in your extremely valuable support guidance with regards to the LDCF and SCCF. I'm very happy to see the LDCF, SCCF team over here. Thank you, colleagues, to be all of you here. After my introductory remarks and the welcoming remarks of the chair of the LDC, I would like to open the floor if there's any council member that wants to do initial opening remarks to our 37th LDCF, SCCF council meeting.
I don't see anyone requesting the floor, Chair.
Okay, so thank you so much. Thank you so much, Noemi. Thanks once more, Evans. With that, let me proceed with the adoption of the agenda. I will remind the Council that the provisional agenda has been circulated for your consideration as document GEF LDCF SCCF 37/01. I would like to ask Council if there are any comments or items with regards to the adoption of the agenda, and if there are any items that we should consider into a possible agenda item on other businesses.
We have some council members requesting the floor. So if you allow me, Chair, I will give them.
Please.
Annette, I see you're first in the list of speakers, so you have the floor.
Thanks very much, Naomi, and also thanks very much and welcome to Evans and Carlos Manuel for their opening words, which were very moving and timely. Germany would like to request for any donors that are willing to make initial announcements or pledges to have time reserved for that under any other business. Thank you.
Thank you, Annette. This is noted. Ben, floor is yours.
Yeah, many thanks, Naomi. I was pretty much going to make the same point as Annette, basically just to say that we'd like to raise under AOB about UK's contribution to the SCCF. Many thanks.
Thank you very much, Ben. This is also well noted. Anders, floor is yours.
Same on our horn. We also have an announcement to make under AOB. Thanks.
Thank you, Anders. Noted, and thank you all for bringing this. We have another comment in the chat that I will read from the IEO. They would like to request a couple of minutes under any other business to present the evaluation program coming to the LDCF SCCF Council in June 2025. Thank you, Gita. This is noted. I don't see anyone else requesting the floor, so back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Noemi, and those who...
Can I just come in for a second, if you don't mind?
Please, Anil, please, the floor is yours.
This is regarding the COP decision which came in for Bhutan during the COP. I'll just read it out. If I just thought I should share it with the members. During the COP29, Bhutan had negotiated with the Singh and request the Global Environment Festival. This is a request which has come in from Bhutan. I thought I should share it since we have the other. Request the Global Environment Facility in administering the LDC's fund to continue facilitating smooth transition of the developing countries, and also request the GEF to consider developing further measures to help Bhutan in ensuring the smooth transition to graduated LDCs. I thought I should share it since Bhutan had requested specifically from my constituency.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Anil, for sharing that. And I was honored to visit Bhutan in the spring and launch being the launching of one of the LDCF projects, which I, by the way, report on that one in the last GEF Council meeting. So well taken your points from your constituency. Thank you, Anil. Anyone else? Noemi?
I don't see anyone else requesting the floor, Chair.
Okay.
So back to you.
Okay. Can you remind everyone who will be addressing the floor on agenda items on other businesses?
Certainly. So we have a request from Annette, Ben, and Anders to share some of the pledges to the LDCF SCCF, and the IEO would also present the evaluation program for 2025.
Okay, thank you so much. So with this, I would like to invite the Council to adopt the agenda for this meeting. I don't see any objections. The agenda has been adopted by the LDCF SCCF Council. Thank you so much. Now let's move over to our third agenda item, which is the work program for the Least Developed Countries Fund and the Spatial Climate Change Fund. As I normally do, I would like to invite Ms. Chizuru Aoki and Fariha Iqbal to present the document GEF/LDCF SACF 37/02 work program for the Least Developed Countries Fund and the Spatial Climate Change Fund. Ladies, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Carlos Manuel. I hope everyone can hear me okay.
All
Greetings.
perfect.
Excellent. Greetings from the GEF Secretariat. Actually, the LDCF SCCF team came into the office. So we have this very diverse, talented team sitting around the table with Naomi. And it's my pleasure to present to you the work program for the LDCF and SCCF that this very dedicated team work hard to present to you. So next slide, please. Excellent. So let me first highlight a few noteworthy features about this work program. The first one is that this work program is requesting $106.21 million in funding from both the LDCF and SCCF. And I should mention this figure includes agency fees, PPGs, and so on and so forth. And this request is to support priority adaptation action in 13 countries that are highly vulnerable to climate change. These 13 countries include 9 LDCs and 4 small island developing states, 4 SIDS. The second feature I want to highlight is that we're quite pleased that the work program has SCCF initiatives by the Pacific SIDS, and they're complementing the very strong support for the Caribbean SIDS that the Council approved in February work program of this year. Third element is that the work program features projects with strong coordination with the GCF. This coordination ranges from GCF projects providing lessons and insights, leveraging funds, and also having very close coordination with ongoing projects on the ground. And finally, the funds continue to have very strong engagement of multilateral development banks, MDVs, and leveraging. And we will show the agency distribution later in this presentation. The work program also mobilizes strong co-financing by the Asian Development Bank and the World Bank, amounting to nearly 204 million, and that's about 42% of the total co-financing for this cohort of projects presented to you in front of you. Next slide, please. The work program requests LDCF financing of $93.61 million and the SCCF financing of $12.6 million for 8 projects and 3 programs. And these figures that you see in the slide includes GEF project financing, agency fees, PPG, and PPG fees. These projects in front of you are very well aligned with thematic and sectoral priorities that we have presented to you in the GEF 8 LDCF SCCF programming strategy, and they will support the number of elements you see here, ranging from climate resilient agriculture, nature-based solutions, water resource management, climate resilient infrastructure, disaster risk management, coastal zone management, and finally, climate information systems and early warnings. So next slide, please. So this gives you a highlight of how we're doing in terms of the LDCF and SCCF programming. And I shall also mention that this work program includes 3 MTFs. These are multi-trust fund projects between the GEF Trust Fund that you have already approved and an LDCF and 1 case of GEF Trust Fund and 1 SCCF program. So in total, these 11 concepts in front of you include 2 LDCF programs, 5 LDCF projects, the 3 MTFs I just talked about, and 1 SCCF programming. And you will notice this is a very good combination of projects as well as programmatic approaches that the countries and agencies are utilizing to program the resources. So with the approval of this work program, 6 additional LDCs will have reached the 20 million cap for the GEF 8 period for the LDCF. And these countries that have reached the 20 million cap are Angola, Central African Republic, Lao PDR, the Gambia, Tanzania, and Yemen. In addition, 4 SIDS will have access to 3 million initial cap available to them under the SCCF window A on SIDS. And these 4 SIDS are Fiji, Federated States of Micronesia, Nauru, and Samoa. Now I'm going to hand over to my trusted colleague, Fariha Iqbal, sitting right next to me, to walk us through the concepts. Over to you, Fariha.
Thank you very much, Chiz. Yes, we will start with a look. Can everyone hear me? Okay, we'll start with a look at the two programs in the LDCF work program. One is a standalone LDCF program, and the other is a multi-trust fund program that blends resources with the GEF Trust Fund. Both programs are supporting African LDCs. Could I have the next slide, please? The program in Angola and Madagascar is solely funded by the LDCF and has a strong focus on micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises to drive the development and deployment of innovative climate adaptation solutions. The Farm Plus program on the right is co-funded by the Chemicals and Waste Focal Area and the GEF Trust Fund. This is a global program, but here the Gambia proposes blending the resources of the LDCF with the GEF Trust Fund financing to achieve climate resilient farming that is free of harmful agrochemicals. Next slide, please. We will now take a look at the 5 standalone LDCF projects in the work program. One of the 5 projects is a global project, 3 are supporting African LDCs, and 1 is supporting an Asian LDC. Next slide, please. Here we see 3 of the projects. The global project with the World Bank is the second phase of a GEF 7 project. Building on the successful implementation of the first phase, it aims to accelerate IDA and blended investments for climate resilience and nature-based solutions. It leverages co-finance from the World Bank at the ratio of 1 to 9.2. The project in Central African Republic is also with the World Bank and focuses on urban resilience in the face of climate change. The project in Tanzania looks at ecosystem-based adaptation to support communities of the greater Serengeti area. Next slide, please. This slide shows projects in Uganda focusing on resilience in the water sector, and in Lao PDR focusing on ecosystems-based adaptation in the northern part of the country. Next slide, please. We will now look at the 3 multi-trust fund projects included in the LDCF and SCCF work program. Could I have the next slide, please? The Yemen and Togo projects blend resources of the LDCF with the GEF Trust Fund, and the Samoa project blends SCCF resources with the GEF Trust Fund. In the fragile, conflict-affected state of Yemen, the project focuses on the resilience of vulnerable households, whereas in Togo and Samoa, the focus is on resilient ecosystems. These multi-trust fund projects are expected to deliver diverse local and global environmental benefits, including climate change adaptation, biodiversity conservation, and sustainable land management. The numbers shown here are for the LDCF and SCCF portions of the projects. Next slide, please. We will now look at the standalone SCCF program. Next slide, please. This program, being implemented by the Asian Development Bank, aims to build climate resilience of 3 highly vulnerable Pacific SIDS, Fiji, Micronesia, and Nauru, with possible inclusion of additional Pacific SIDS in the future. In addition to utilizing $3 million per country from the SCCF, it also leverages $0.3 million from the SCCF-B window towards regional coordination and knowledge exchange activities. Next slide, please. This work program addresses the various strategic priorities of the GEF 8 LDCF-SCCF strategy. This includes support to LDCs in scaling up adaptation finance through close collaboration with the MDBs, multilateral development banks, such as with IDA and the World Bank for the Global Project, and the Central African Republic project, and with ADB for the Pacific SIDS. The work program also has a strong focus on technology, innovation, and private sector engagement. In Samoa, the project will leverage private sector investments, expertise, and innovative solutions for climate resilient solutions. The project in Uganda will establish public-private partnerships to promote climate resilient infrastructure and resilient livelihoods. An inclusive whole-of-society approach is a key running theme across the work program for both funds. Projects aim to support engagement with a broad spectrum of stakeholders, such as in Lao PDR and Togo, and the project in Yemen seeks to increase the resilience of households in the most vulnerable situations. Finally, in line with the GEF 8 adaptation strategy, the SCCF work program presents a robust portfolio to support the adaptation needs of non-LDC SIDS in the Pacific region, supporting integrated and resilient water resources management, coastal management, community-led disaster risk reduction, and watershed management. Could I have the next slide, please? LDCF and SCCF projects present increasingly strong focus on gender equality in the context of climate change adaptation. In this work program, projects will aim at increasing women's role in decision-making, enhancing gender-inclusive livelihood and finance, building capacity of women's organizations and gender networks, and ensuring women's access to critical information relating to climate risks and adaptation. Each project includes specification of plans to carry out a detailed gender analysis that will serve as a basis to develop gender action plans, and each project will include a gender-responsive monitoring and results framework with gender-sensitive indicators. Next slide, please. This slide shows how the 11 projects and programs of the LDCF-SCCF work program deliver against the 5 adaptation core indicators. They will collectively improve resilience of over 3.8 million beneficiaries, of which 60% are women, improve climate resilient management of over 261,000 hectares of land and 520 hectares of coastal and marine area, and support development of 318 policies and adaptation plans. They will also build adaptation capacity of over 283,000 people and 1,179 private sector and social enterprises. And I will now hand back over to Chiz to continue with the rest of this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Fariha. 3 more slides that we would like to present. We have in front of you a slide on the key risks analysis. The LDCF-SCCF work program reviewed according to the GEF risk appetite, and this is in light of comments received during the June Council session. I think it was Australia who asked us to carry this out for the LDCF and SCCF. So here we are. So in front of you is the risk analysis chart. And as you can see, for context risk, the average rating is substantial at 2.7 for the LDCF and moderate at 2.0 for the SCCF, with highest risks relating to climate, environmental, and social risks, followed by governance risks. For innovation risk, the average rating is moderate for the LDCF and SCCF both. It's generally low to moderate across the institutional, policy, technological, and financial business model risks. In terms of the execution risk, the average rating is moderate at 2.4 for the LDCF and 2.0 for the SCCF, with the highest risks related to stakeholders for the LDCF and actually capacity for the SCCF. As you can see, and you might also remember from the GEF Trust Fund work program presentation, the LDCF work program in particular has higher risk ratings than the SCCF and also the GEF Trust Fund work program. In fact, in each one of the risk factors and analyzed compared to the GEF Trust Fund work program, we're seeing higher risks. Obviously, this may be due to the profile of the countries served by the LDCs, where we are aware that some of the most institutionally, environmentally, socially fragile countries are included as obviously as LDCs, and also as well as exposed to higher climate vulnerability and environmental degradations. These contexts can also present challenges to engage across stakeholder groups. So let us go to, wait a second. Needless to say, we will be asking agencies to carefully develop risk mitigation strategies for all projects with moderate to substantial risks moving forward. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the agency distribution for the LDCF. The figure on the far left shows the agency distribution since inception of the funds. The middle chart is for GEF 8, where you will see a more balanced picture of agency distribution. The figure on the far right shows the agency distribution for the LDCF work program presented to you today. As you can see, that includes 6 agencies, and that the MDB share in this case, the World Bank accounts for more than 20% of the funds allocated. And we're happy to note that for the GEF 8 period as a whole, the share of MDBs and IFIs is nearly 33% for the LDCF portfolio. Next slide, please. And this slide shows the agency distribution for the SCCF. Again, the agency distribution for the SCCF since inception is on the left, where you will see that the World Bank is the lead with nearly 25% of the SCCF portfolio by funding volume cumulatively. On the far right is a distribution for the current work program, for which the agencies are ADB with a 76% share and UNDP with approximately a quarter. Having said this is a fairly small, relatively speaking, resources as well as a project cohort for the December work program. So we need to take that into account. For the GEF 5 period so far, which you will see in the middle, the MDB and IFI share is over 23%. But as you can see, the agency distribution for GEF 8 as a whole so far has been fairly limited to a small number of agencies. Next slide. And that brings us to the end. And thank you very much. I will hand back to the chair, and we will be pleased to respond to any questions or clarification requests. Thank you.
Thanks, Chiz, and thanks, Fariha, for the presentation of the work program. So with this, I will open the floor to council members to bring questions, comments to what was just presented by Chiz and Fariha. Over to you, Noemi.
Thank you very much, Chair. The floor is now open.
Okay.
Okay, I see Ramón. You have raised your hand. So, Ramón, adelante, tienes la palabra.
Adelante, Ramón. Gracias.
Thank you, Noemi. Thank you, Chiz and Fahira, for the presentation. Well, as in previous intervention, I will speak Spanish. Bueno, primeramente destacar que la adaptación es una prioridad para nosotros. Como habréis escuchado muchos en los medios, pues lo hemos sufrido directamente en Valencia recientemente con unos eventos extraordinarios que han superado un poco las previsiones. El periodo de retorno de la inundación superaba los 10.000 años, o sea que son cuestiones que hay que reevaluar, ¿vale? En nuestros propios territorios. En cuanto a este programa de trabajo, simplemente felicitar a las agencias y a la Secretaría por el programa que han presentado. Creemos que se trabaja en las 3 áreas prioritarias de esta estrategia de adaptación, las 3 áreas fundamentales, que son aumentar la financiación, fortalecer la innovación y la involucración del sector privado y fomentar la participación de la sociedad y agentes interesados. Creemos que se logran estos objetivos con este programa de trabajo. Sobre todos los proyectos, creemos que son acordes y es fundamental esto con las políticas y estrategias nacionales y contribuyen a los planes nacionales de adaptación, NDCs, etc. Y queremos resaltar específicamente algunas características relevantes de los proyectos. Primero, destacar los programas que tienen un enfoque global o regional. Creemos que es bueno trabajar más allá de las fronteras nacionales, más allá de esos límites administrativos. Por ejemplo, el programa en Angola, en Madagascar, creemos que es muy interesante, buscando soluciones innovadoras para adaptación y buscando un enfoque hacia el sector privado y las pequeñas y medianas empresas. Queremos destacar el proyecto en República Centroafricana hacia ciudades más resilientes. Creemos que las ciudades son un punto de trabajo decisivo para el futuro. Cada vez más personas van a vivir en ciudades y hay que trabajar en ello. Y este proyecto incluye la involucración de la sociedad, de las mujeres y los jóvenes, en los procesos de diagnóstico y planificación urbana. Esto nos parece muy interesante en el sentido de que hay que involucrar a la sociedad en las decisiones que le van a afectar en su vida diaria en el futuro. Queremos destacar aquellos proyectos que fomentan los partenariados público-privados para generar recursos adicionales y también destacar los proyectos donde se trabaja conjuntamente con otros fondos, con el GEF Trust Fund, con el Fondo Verde para el Clima y también con los recursos de AIDA, de Banco Mundial. Creemos que esto forma parte de ese trabajo de acción en busca de coherencia y complementariedad. Y finalmente, es indicar que, bueno, sabemos que la confinanciación no es obligatoria en estos fondos, pero valoramos muy positivamente su consecución. Creemos que esto dará lugar a actuaciones de largo recorrido, actuaciones en el largo plazo que den lugar a soluciones transformacionales. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Ramón. Ben, you have the floor.
I think, Naomi, you said me, but unfortunately the translator was just still speaking when you spoke. Firstly, many thanks to Chiz and Faria for the presentation. We very much welcome the projects coming forward under the SECF, both in terms of standalone project and the MTF as well. It's good to see the Pacific region putting forward applications around this time. Good to see funding going to 4 SIDS. On the last of these, it was we were particularly interested by the innovative nature of that and engagement with the private sector. We were also it was good to read there was more diversified set of agencies, even though small, it was more diversified than previously, so that's moving in the right direction. Thanks again for your slide on the risk analysis, which I think was useful to see. It'd be useful maybe if you could just remind us in terms of how those risks, even though higher, compared to the appetite that we have set ourselves. And while obviously the rationale for those higher risks, particularly for LDCs and SIDS, of course, are understood. Finally, it'd be useful to maybe understand, particularly around the SCCF window A, what the pipeline is looking like for that and the resources available, just so we can understand that. And just finally, we would be very happy to approve this decision. Thanks.
Thank you very much. CSO Network, you have the floor.
And thank you, Chiz, for the presentation. The GEF CSO Network welcomes the December 2024 work program for the LDCF and SCCF and commends its alignment with national priorities, focus on nature-based solutions and commitments to supporting vulnerable communities in LDCs and SIDS. The inclusion of gender consideration, multi-stakeholder engagement, and innovative financing approaches are important steps in addressing climate challenges. We call on the council members to expand gender tracking beyond binary categories, addressing the needs of non-binary and gender diverse individuals in adaptation efforts. However, we are concerned about the delays in funding for some approved projects due to resource constraints. We urge the council members to work on with the GEF Secretariat to mobilize more donor commitments to ensure all eligible projects receive support. In fragile contexts like CAR and UMIN, risks such as weak governance and social instability require stronger monitoring and adaptive management to avoid setbacks. We also call for safeguards in private sector engagement to ensure that community benefits are prioritized and equally distributed. Greater transparency in resource allocation and stronger support for underfunded areas, such as sustainable finance and innovation, are needed to maximize impact. The GEF CSO network is committed to working with the GEFSEC to address the challenges and to ensure that this work program delivers equitable, effective, and long-term outcomes for communities most affected by the climate change. Thank you.
Many thanks, Sagar. Anders, floor is yours.
Thank you. We welcome the work program. It's very positive with a stronger inclusion of more stakeholders, in particular the MDBs and IFIs, as demonstrated. It's also very positive, as mentioned by Spain, with the substantial co-financing, and we also would encourage further efforts in scaling up this ahead. We welcome, in line with UK, the first risk profile of the work program. This is also very useful. And regarding risk management, we have a question, because we note that the LDCF risk assessment appear to differ compared to that of the GEF. And we wonder for more information on what is the reason for this. Is the LDCF more successful in managing risk, or is the LDCF simply having partially different assessment of risks compared to other funds? We would also call for particular attention to projects in complex environments in view of ensuring that the integrity of the projects is being preserved. In line with the opening intervention, Sweden would welcome the challenge program on innovation, which creates sound incentives to strengthen LDCs in seeking additional support from the broader family of climate and environment funds. This is very positive, and we welcome that. We also therefore welcome that the LDCF supports countries in working with its national action plan implementation, which is also important to increase eligibility for the Green Climate Fund and other climate funds. Another thing we would want to welcome is the Nature-Based Solutions Invest project with the World Bank. Then finally, 2 specific points. On paragraph 9, we welcome the work program contributes to all the 3 priority areas: scaling up finance, innovation, and private sector, and whole of society approach. This is all very positive and commendable, and also something we would therefore also want to work more on in the strategy ahead for 2026-2030. We also note that the proportion of countries receiving resources has increased. While finally, related to paragraph 29, we welcome private sector engagement, and the project in Uganda in this particular paragraph is a very interesting example ahead in this regard. And then we are happy to come back for an announcement under AUB. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anders. I'll now give the floor to Annette, and then we'll revert back to the Secretariat to answer these initial comments and questions. Annette, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Naomi. We very much welcome the LDCF and SCCF work program. We're happy to see projects for the SCCF included again after not having any proposals in June. We would like to congratulate specifically Madagascar, Uganda, and Yemen for accessing LDCF resources for the first time, and Fiji, Micronesia, Nauru, and Samoa for having strong SCCF proposals included. It is also encouraging that 6 LDCs have now utilized the entire $20 million available to them. We appreciate the strong focus, like previous speakers, on co-financing. We would like to highlight that 90% of the $53 million of the SCCF co-finance are additional mobilized investments. That's very astounding and commendable. We also find the LDCF project in Uganda to establish public-private partnerships and generate additional resources for climate adaptation very promising. Thanks very much. We welcome the high share of MDBs, especially the World Bank here. On a more cautionary note, we are concerned, particularly for the SCCF, about the high concentration in the small number of agencies. At the moment, it looks like FAO is the agency of choice, heading for 30% share for the overall GEF aid period, which will repeat challenges we are trying to address in GEF regarding other agencies. So we should be very cautionary here. We highly commend the work program's efforts for equitable participation and gender equality. We think that's excellent. About 60% of direct beneficiaries are women, as we just heard. This is a key metric which shows that LDCF and SCCF strengthen resilience of the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Nevertheless, Indicators on results and impacts in relation to gender equality could be refined further for even more transparency. National adaptation plans are key for building countries' resilience to climate change. LDCF and SCCF should continue to align closely to them and strengthen this alignment where necessary. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Annette. Now let's give some time to Chis and Fariha to address these questions. So Chis, back to you.
Yes, thank you so much. And thank you so far from all the council members as well as the CSO network for the overwhelmingly positive response, as well as we appreciate you highlighting some of the key elements. We really tried hard with agencies and countries to really be put in front of you. For example, a lot of efforts have gone into really making sure that we have innovative private sector, whole of society type initiatives throughout the portfolio, and those are coming back as the strong portfolio to be presented in front of you. And very much appreciate the positive words on a number of projects that Ramon as well as Ben for the CIS and what Anders as well as Annette has provided in terms of specific, very attractive initiatives. I think there was a couple of questions that were raised, and I think there was a question from UK Ben and perhaps also from Anders related to the risk element. So I would like to highlight a little bit on that one. The risk appetite statement for the GEF investments that was in the council approved document says the risk appetite is set substantial for the context risk, high for the innovation risk, and moderate for the execution risk. And there is a description in the context risk dimensions. Looking at the risk profiles of the LDCF and SCCF work programs, we can tell you that the risk for the context, it is substantial, as indicated. For the innovation risk, it's actually moderate, not high. And for the execution risk, it's also moderate. So I would say in terms of the appetite statement, as well as what we are seeing so far for this work program, they're comparable to the risk appetite statements that has been included in the document. And we will strive to track this and to provide you with additional information in the future work programs, but also making sure that the projects that have had substantial risks already identified, we will work with the agencies and countries to have mitigation measures put into the project design. Fariha, would you like to respond to any other elements?
Sure.
Thank you, Chiz. Yes, I believe there was a couple of additional items. Sorry, Chiz, I couldn't tell. Had you already addressed the CSO Network's comment? CSO Network, thank you. Your point's well taken on importance of safeguards, including on private sector engagement related projects. We can assure that all projects are rigorously reviewed and monitored with regard to relevant safeguards as per all GEF policies and procedures together with the agency's own. So thank you for that. Sweden, we'd like to thank you for highlighting the value of the Challenge Program for Adaptation Innovation. We hear and we share your perspective on the usefulness of this program in catalyzing innovation, partnerships, and private sector engagement. And we also hear your suggestion on opportunity for increasing synergies of this program within the GEF family of funds. Let me see. Chiz already provided a comprehensive response on risks, but I just wanted to tell you a little bit more about the context in which we're operating are quite different. 60% of the countries that we support through the LDCF and SCCF are actually categorized as fragile and conflict affected in the World Bank's list of FCV countries for the year. And just as an example, the project on inclusive and resilient cities in the Central African Republic faces high context, innovation, and execution risk because of factors such as harsh climatic conditions, economic and fiscal constraints, limited institutional capacity. And the World Bank has proposed to mitigate these risks by proactively engaging with and building capacities of stakeholders, including local governments and communities. So just to give you a flavor of the kind of local context that leads to these higher risk ratings. Did you already address Germany on agency concentration? You did? Okay. Okay.
All right, thank you, Freya. Can you mute yourself? So a couple of additional comments very briefly. Thanks to Germany as well as also UK Ben for identifying the SCCF agency concentration. Yes, we are moving in the right direction as Ben has indicated. Nevertheless, we are aware of the concentration of the portfolio for the SCCF right now, as well as the limited number of agencies so far, but this is also driven by a fairly modest programming we have done on the SCCF so far. We continue to communicate the agency concentration issue and with the countries that have yet to program the SCCF, but also the LDCF resources with a view to ensure that the countries are aware of options, choice of agencies that they might have to program the resources for the SCCF and the LDCF. There was a question on Germany on NAPS. For LAOPDR project, it is supporting the elements that are identified in draft NAP, I'm told. And I do think that's that should address most of the comments received so far. So back to you, Noemi and Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Chis and Fariha. We will now continue with the list of speakers. Tessa, representing the United States, you have the floor.
Thank you, Noemi, and good morning and afternoon and evening to everyone. I'd like to begin by welcoming the work plan and also expressing my gratitude to those who've put so much work into pulling it all together. It's great to see so many different sectors and systems addressed in this work program, and also the diversity of approaches in these projects and programs. In line with Annette's comment, we're also pleased to see that 3 LDCs are accessing the LDCF resources for the first time in the GEF 8 period, and that all 4 SIDS in the SCCF funding are accessing that funding are doing so for the first time in the GEF 8 period. I think this demonstrates that the efforts to make funding more accessible are working, and we hope to see others who have not yet accessed funding to make progress in doing so in the coming cycles. I also want to echo the appreciation voiced by Sweden on the strong examples of private sector engagement in the work program. It's important to test and learn from these approaches in order to really bring the private sector into the adaptation space in a way that goes, beyond kind of like corporate social responsibility. We also recognize and appreciate that some progress has been made in achieving a more balanced distribution of LDCF and SCCF finance across GEF agencies. And as we've stated before, we hope to see, continued progress towards this balance going forward in terms of a more diverse group of agencies with funding and a more balanced distribution. And then lastly, one suggestion for the future is that I think it would be helpful to see the core indicators graphed over time to understand the cumulative impact of these funds, and then also shifting priorities over time. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tessa. I'll now give the floor to Lucrecia in behalf of Gabriela. Lucrecia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to join you here. just say a few words, repeating those of others, though, in some sense, about the work program. First of all, of course, we also very much welcome this work program and thank the Secretariat as well as the agencies and the recipients for putting it together. As others, we are very encouraged by the participation of the MBBs in this work program and the co-financing that they can mobilize, resulting in a co-financing ratio of around 5 this time, I believe. We also welcome the expected involvement of the private sector through the micro, small, and medium enterprises, for example, and the synergies with the GCF and the GEF trust funds and the co-benefits that this generates. We welcome the regional balance achieved and hope to see greater agency diversification in the future, or rather for this greater diversification to continue and to strengthen in the future. And thanks for the explanation in this regard already given. Similarly, as others, we welcome the risk profile and that is provided for the first time. And we're very, we do encourage, though, the Secretariat and the agencies to not to stop at-risk identification, but actively engage in risk management and to report about risks in a dynamic way, including the measures taken and their impact at future council meetings. And I believe this is indeed what is planned. I take that from the explanations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lucrecia. Cam, you have the floor.
Sorry, thank you so much. I just wanted, my intervention is going to be really short. I just wanted to also echo our thanks as well to the Secretariat. I think it's a great work plan. And we're really pleased, like others, to see the ongoing efforts to promote co-financing and better resource distribution. And we'd also like to state our appreciation that the LDCF and the SCCF projects are continuing to prioritize the alignment of the national adaptation plans, as we're big supporters of the NAP global network that help countries develop these plans. Maybe linked to this and a suggestion is we also do see some value in including biodiversity plans. So like the National Biodiversity Strategies and Action Plan when reviewing projects, because we really think this could help avoid silos as well as lead to stronger and more connected outcomes. So thank you so much for all this great work.
Thank you very much, Cam. Emily, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. And also many thanks to Chiz and Fariha for the presentation, and obviously to the entire team at the Secretariat for all their efforts on this work program. Our constituency very much welcomes the work program, which we're pleased to approve. Like others, we're also pleased to see the increased involvement of IFIs in this and also in the past work program. And we especially welcome the engagement and leveraging of IDA in the 2 of the projects implemented by the World Bank. We also welcome the continued collaboration with the GCF and would encourage that similar coordination efforts with the Adaptation Fund and the CIF could be reflected in the future to ensure coherence as part of the MCF action plan. And finally, as you've already touched upon, this work program includes a number of countries that are classified as fragile and conflict-affected situations. And it would be good to know whether conflict-sensitive programming is sufficiently integrated into the project documents. And in this regard, we would suggest that a dedicated section could be included in future work program documents, just to really reflect the conflict-sensitive approaches in LDCF and SCCF programming. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emily. And I see a written comment from, I believe, Gabriela Lucrecia, that I will read out loud. We support CAM's comment regarding MBSAPs. In fact, some of the projects, for example, Farm Plus, contribute to the implementation of the GBF already. With that said, I don't see any more speakers in line. So back to you, Cheese.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the council members for very positive endorsement as well as very tangible suggestions. So let me just respond to the suggestions that have been put on the table. First, from Tessa from the US, you made a very good suggestion that maybe we can start to graph and see if the core indicators can start to see shifting priorities. We'll definitely look into this. We are sort of capturing the core indicators and how we're doing in other reports, but your point's well taken that maybe it's actually useful for us to see if we can decipher some changes and shifting in priorities, as you indicated, through the lens of the core indicators. So we'll definitely look into this. On the risk management, Lucrecia, absolutely. Our intention is not just to identify risk, but it's more to do with during the project development, how we go about putting in elements that would enable risk mitigation as well as risk management. And across the board for the LDCF and also SCCF projects and programs, this is an important point that we will definitely continue to do. And hopefully into the future, we can also report back on how we're doing on that, if not the work program and other documents that will come to the council to look into. Cam from Canada, thank you for the suggestion. And I think Gabriela also echoed this particular comment about the inclusion of MBSAPs to avoid silos. And absolutely, and just to clarify, if it's an multi-trust fund projects and if it's touching upon climate adaptation from our side, LDCF, SCCF side, and on the GEF Trust Fund side, it's a biodiversity or any other programs that might have biodiversity benefits. And obviously, one element that we're going to be looking into is whether it's touching upon the MBSAPs as well as other convention plans as well as reports that we're supporting. And just to let you know, we consistently ask this question, right? Because sometimes something is submitted to us, but it might not actually be touching upon the conventional reports as well as plans that the countries are to be building upon. So we will continue to do this, and rest assured, this is part and parcel of our modus operandi when we do the project reviews. And on the question of NAPS, just wanted to highlight that since GEF 7, we have come to an agreement with the GCF Green Climate Fund that the preparation of NAPS will be carried out with support from the GCF and countries. And when it comes to the implementation of priorities as NAPS are developed, or if it's in good enough shape for draft, as we talked about the Laos initiative, we can also get in there and support the implementation priorities identified in NAPS as well as policy frameworks. And we agreed to do this, and actually council endorsed this initiative as part of the programming strategy, because we're seeing a little bit of confusion in countries as to where to go to get the support for the NAP preparation and what to do in terms of NAP implementation. So we decided it would be good to have this demarcation as well as coordination with GCF on this key element of support to be provided for adaptation under the CCC framework, so that we are continuing to do that. So Emily Denmark, thank you so much for your positive comments on your suggestion to really highlight complementarity as well as coordinated efforts at the project and program level for the adaptation fund and CIFs. Absolutely, we will do that, and we will make sure those are reflected in the subsequent work programs, but also other documents we produce that would touch upon the MCF Joint Action Plan. And you also had a very good question about the FCS context, and can we include this in the work program? Of course, we can do that moving forward. If we do have projects in the FCS context, I tend to say V, it's FCS now. And because we do see quite a number of countries that we serve under the LDCF and SCCF that are classified as FCS? I think this is a legitimate question, and we will try to highlight that. And perhaps this is also another element in terms of conflict-sensitive programming that we might need to also look into further as we embark on the GEF 9 programming conversations. There was a question from on the pipeline from UK Ben. I'm going to ask Fariha to come in. I just wanted to circle back on a very good comment made by the CSO network on the first round. I think we're very appreciative and grateful for the support, as well as a very solid work program presenting in front of you. As the LDC chair indicated, we were actually unable to put all the technically clear projects into the work program because of the resource constraints. And this is a concern we have, and we also put some descriptions about the progress and resource programming under GEF 8 financial scenarios in the work program. And just to provide updated information to all concerned here in terms of how we're doing and what needs to be done for the next 18 months to get to the even the modest scenarios that had been agreed upon for the GEF 8. So I very much appreciate the CSO network for highlighting this issue, and it is an issue that we do consider to be something that we need to really be taking into consideration for the remainder of the GEF 8 programming. So over to you, Fariha.
Thank you very much, Chiz. Sorry, I was trying to unmute there. So yes, thank you for the question on the SCCF pipeline. We actually are aware of many concept ideas under consideration or under development by SIDS in the Caribbean and the Pacific. We held several recent bilateral meetings with them, for example, at COP29, and there clearly is a lot of movement on this, and we are expecting to see submissions imminently. We, for example, spoke with Palau, Niue, Tonga. We've also been in discussions with Suriname and several other SIDS.
Thank you very much, Chiz and Fariha. I see another comment in the chat, so I will now give the floor to Samantia, who is representing the Caribbean constituency. Samantia, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. As Caribbean SIDS, we welcome the report and again note with grave concern that the report echoes our feelings of being disadvantaged and not being able to operate on a level playing field with access to SCCF funding cap of only $3 million. We again reiterate the urgent need for a holistic framework to address SIDS needs, including increasing the funding cap from $3 million. In that vein, we are making a special plea to our donors to increase the pledges to the SCCF window and bring SIDS closer to a level playing field. For as SIDS, we are all too familiar with the extent to which financing gaps severely diminish our national efforts to increase adaptive capacity and protect the lives and livelihoods of our most vulnerable citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samantia. I don't see anyone else requesting the floor. Chiz, so back to you.
Thank you, Noemi, and thank you for the comment from Samanthia for the Caribbean constituency. Indeed, the 3 million initial cap is the modest scenario we have presented for GEF 8. There is also a more ambitious scenario. As of now, I think we are striving to ensure that all SIDS would have access to the initial cap of $3 million. And I think for the Caribbean SIDS, we had a very robust regional programming for the SCCF in the February work program, and we are ensuring that there will be no other SIDS left behind, just like we want to make sure that we continue to have very strong LDCF programming where we will not leave any LDCs behind, and we will continue to make those efforts to ensure that the countries will be aware and will have their priorities addressed through the SCCF as well as LDCF. And thank you for your very strong support of the CIS window. Over to you, Noemi.
Thank you very much, Chis. I don't see anyone else requesting the floor. Chair, so now you have the floor.
And thank you so much to Farija, Chis, and yourself, Noemi, and to everyone who was able to address the floor. With this, we conclude the section of questions and comments, and now I would like to invite the Council to adopt the draft decision that is included in the document GEF/LDCF/SCCF 37/02. I don't see any objections. Approve. Agenda item number 3, work program for the least developed countries fund and the special climate change fund is approved. Congratulations to everyone. Thanks, Chis, and to your team for the approval of this very important work program. Now let me continue with our next agenda item, which is the number 4, progress report on the less developed countries fund, special climate change fund. I would like to invite Mr. Jason Spenceley and Ladu Lemmy to present document GEF/LDCF SCCF 37/03 progress report on the LDCF and SCCF. Over to you, Jason. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to share the progress report for the LDCF and the SCCF. It's my pleasure to present together with my colleague Ladu Lemmy, who is sitting immediately to my right. We will start with the Least Developed Countries Fund, or LDCF. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. The LDCF has continued to progress actively in terms of resources received, new approvals, and CEO endorsements and approvals. The financial summary presented in this slide is as of September 30th, 2024. No new pledges to the LDCF were received between April and September 2024. And a total of 13.2 million in new contributions were received based on previous pledges. Much of the financial data included in the progress report is, of course, provided by the trustee. The status reports for the LDCF and SCCF produced by the trustee were posted just a few days ago. Therefore, we were able to fully update this progress report in a revised document, a REV document, that was posted yesterday with all relevant data for the current reporting period of April to September 2024, as well as fiscal year 2024, and is reflected in this presentation. Next slide, please. Unexpected results. All LDCF projects approved since the inception of this fund are expected to directly reduce the vulnerability of 73.8 million people, improve the management of 14.0 million hectares of land to withstand the effects of climate change, and train 3.4 million people. In addition, over 4,000 policies, plans, and processes are expected to be developed to strengthen or identify, prioritize, and integrate adaptation strategies and measures. Since the GEF started tracking sex disaggregated data at the beginning of GEF 6, 47% of LDCF beneficiaries and 50% of people trained are expected to be female. Additionally, since the LDCF started tracking private sector engagement at the beginning of GEF 8, over 2,000 enterprises are expected to be engaged in climate change adaptation and resilience action. Next slide, please. On sectoral distribution, LDCF projects continue to be focused on a range of sectors. Since inception, the most common sectoral focus is on agriculture, followed by water, nature-based solutions, and climate information services. Next slide, please. It's now my pleasure to turn over to my colleague, Ladulemi, to share progress on the Special Climate Change Fund, or SCCF.
Thank you, Jason. Enabled by the focusing of the SCCF in the GEF 8 climate change adaptation strategy, we continue to be motivated by the renewed interest in this GEF managed trust fund. As was the case with the LDCF, the financial information presented, the financial information presented in this slide is as of September 30th, which provide a breakdown of the various funds. During this reporting period, which starts from April to September 2024, $13 million was made in new pledges to this fund. However, no new contribution was made or received based on the previous pledges. Next slide. On expected results, since GEF, can you hear me? Since inception, the SCCF projects are expected to directly reduce the vulnerability of 9.5 million people, improve the management of over 5 million hectares of land to withstand the effect of climate change, and also trained more than 258,000 people. Additionally, 589 policies, plans, and processes are expected to be developed, strengthened to identify, prioritize, and integrate adaptation strategies and measures. Since GEF started tracking sex disaggregated data at the beginning of GEF 6, 47% of the SCCF beneficiaries and 41% of the people trained are expected to be female. Additionally, since the SCCF started tracking on private sector engagement at the beginning of GEF 8, over 80 private enterprises are expected to be engaged in climate change adaptation and resilient actions. Next slide. On sector distribution, the SCCF projects since inception are focusing on a range of sectors: water, agriculture, climate information services, and nature-based solutions are the most focus of the SCCF projects. Next slide, please. I will now turn to dedicated program and the challenge program for adaptation innovation. Next slide. As you all know, the GEF 8 programming strategy for climate change adaptation include 3 dedicated programs, all of which are advancing. In this presentation, we will focus on the progress made during this reporting period on communication and visibility, which is dedicated program 1. With the guidance of the Council, the GEF Secretariat has been continuing in actively strengthened the communication and visibility of the LDCF and SCCF through an increasing active set of products, material, and social media presence. For example, during this reporting period, a set of web stories and news articles were produced with partners in English, French, and Spanish. Some of these were led and produced directly by the Secretariat, while others were produced by and with partners, including governments and GEF agencies. We are committed to communicating in multiple languages, especially given the diversity of the countries the LDCF and the SCCF support. Doing so is and will continue to be an increasing focus of our communication efforts to ensure that no country is left behind in terms of language barrier. Next slide. We had also several press releases and were produced during this reporting period, including some in multiple languages. We also strengthened the GEF and the LDCF and SCCF webpage and coordinated with the other multilateral climate fund on communications, particularly in the context of COP19. Next slide. Finally, on the communication strength, we produce a set of videos, and some of which stockasted or shared insight from the council members on the importance of climate adaptation within countries or from each country. In addition, we also produce other videos, one of which covered Jeff's CEO visit to Bhutan, where he also interacted with a number of LDCF beneficiaries in Bhutan, which was to capture the real stories from the project beneficiaries. It's now my pleasure to give it back to my colleague to finish the remaining part of the presentation.
Thank you, Ladu. We're really excited now to report recent progress made through the Challenge Program for Adaptation Innovation. With Council's guidance, this program is continuing to be a particularly effective program at catalyzing innovation, new partnerships, and private sector engagements in climate adaptation and resilience. And thank you to the council members who noted this in the previous round of comments on the work program. The council has encouraged the use of up to $80 million for this program in the whole of GEF 8, subject to the availability of funds. During this reporting period, we're delighted to have launched the third call for this challenge program for a total of $20 million from a combination of the LDCF and SCCF. To briefly comment on the process and the status, we received an especially strong set of submissions in this round. All were reviewed based on the publicly shared criteria by a robust technical review committee and selected by the GEF CEO and chairperson with a view to regional and thematic balance. The winners were announced at a well-profiled event at COP29 in Baku just some weeks ago that was well covered in various communication channels. All winners have partnered with GEF agencies and are preparing the submission of medium-sized projects for consideration by the LDCF and SCCF through the regular project cycle based on regular GEF policies and procedures. Especially in this round, there were several project concepts that were shortlisted, but for which we did not have sufficient funds to support, unfortunately. All shortlisted but not yet supported projects will be invited to submit for subsequent rounds of this program, subject to availability of funds, which was also a recommendation of council members at a previous council meeting. Next slide, please. Now we will share very briefly, just touch on the 13 winners of this third round of the Challenge Program for Adaptation Innovation. We're glad to convey the following set of new project proponents and the agencies that they've partnered with within the adaptation innovation category of gender-sensitive financial inclusion for whole of society. Congratulations to Africa Enterprise Challenge Fund, Gawa Capital, Kiva Microfunds, and the World Council of Credit Unions. Next slide, please. Next, moving right along, on innovation and outcome-based finance and technology transfer, this program, or this third round of the challenge program, has selected Farm Africa, Instiglio, and International Savannah Fire Management Initiative to partner with the GEF agencies indicated here to submit a project for funding approval. Third and second to last, project concepts have also been selected which have especially strong potential to scale adaptation investment through a range of blended finance models from the Lightsmith Group, Climate Fund Managers, together with Pollination and MUFG, as well as Outrigger Impact and FS Impact Finance. And next slide, please. Thank you. That was the previous set, excuse me. And finally, next slide, please. Finally, concepts were selected from the International Standards Organization and the Climate Bonds Initiative, together with their GEF agency partners, on standards and taxonomies, including piloting national taxonomies and investment lists and opportunities for adaptation and resilience to lay the groundwork for increased investments in climate adaptation and resilience. Next slide. This concludes the presentation on the LDCF SCCF progress report. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks to you, Jason and Lado, for the presentation of this report. Now I open the floor for questions, comments, and reactions from council members. As usual, Noemi will manage the list of speakers. Over to you, Noemi.
Thank you very much, Chair. The floor is now open to comment on these agenda items. I still don't see any names in the chat. Okay, Sagar, CSO Network, floor is yours.
Thank you, Naomi. The CSO Network appreciates the progress outlined in the latest report. We commend the significant achievements, including mobilization of over 2.2 billion in cumulative resources for LDCF and the approval of over 400 projects till date, directly benefiting millions in vulnerable communities. The focus on nature-based solutions, gender integration, and innovative financing reflects alignment with the GEF 8 programming strategy. The emphasis on training nearly 4 million individuals, integrating adaptation into over 4,800 policies, and managing more than 19 million hectares of land demonstrates a commitment to building resilience at scale. Similarly, the SCCF's progress in innovation and technology transfer, despite funding limitation, is a positive step forward. In addition to concerns we have raised previously regarding resource gaps, delaying projects for some LDCs and SIDS, such as Togo and Tanzania, the underutilization of SCCF's technology transfer and innovation component deserves urgent attention to fully realize the fund's potential in driving transformative change, fostering private sector engagement, and delivering scalable solutions to address climate adaptation challenges effectively. The CSO Network remains committed to collaborating with the GEF Secretariat and partners to address these challenges and ensure that LDCF and SSCF deliver transformative impacts for the most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sagar. We also have a written comment from Kong, the Southern Africa constituency, which reads as follows. Thank you for the progress reports on the operations of the LDCF SCCF. Building resilience of communities includes restoring the capacity of our ecosystems to withstand the extreme weather events that we have come to expect. We appreciate the contribution of the LDCF to, among others, capacity building at the local level, implementation of national adaptation plans, and to supporting local innovations that address local situations, especially with the inclusion of the private sector. My constituency greatly appreciates all the contributions into the two funds. There is a concern, however, on the absence of new pledges to the LDCF for the period of April to September 2024. We therefore call on countries in an economic position to do so, to contribute to the fund and appreciate the promise of new pledges. Thank you, Concom, for your message. Tessa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Noemi. And also thank you to the rest of the Secretariat for the progress report. There's a lot of valuable information in there, but I want to specifically note that we're eager to see the outcomes of the organizational learning and coordination program, drawing out those best practices and lessons learned from projects is, so essential to improving the efficacy of future projects. But I also want to note that I think it'll be important to learn from the countries that have not yet accessed funding. So as part of this program, it could be useful to see an analysis of the reasons why these countries have not yet accessed funding, to get a better understanding of the barriers that exist and how to address those barriers going forward. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Tessa. I don't see anyone else requesting the floor so far. So back to the Secretariat to respond to these comments and questions.
Thank you very much for the comments. I'm happy to begin to respond, and I believe my colleagues will complement my responses. First, for the comment from the CSO network, thank you for your positive reflections, as well as for noting the limited funding that is available or has been available in recent years for technology transfer, innovation, and private sector engagement, which I believe you were referring to specifically the window of SCCF window B, which is quite resource constrained. This is, by the way, a key funding source for technology innovation and private sector engagement, as well as the challenge program for adaptation innovation, which we've referred to, and which is eligible for and across all GEF eligible countries. Specifically to the USA, thank you for highlighting the importance of learning on the growing LDCF and SCCF portfolios, as well as learning from the portfolios on good practices, challenges, limitations, and opportunities around accessing the LDCF and SCCF. But in addition, we expect that those that have not yet accessed LDCF or SCCF funds to do so in the remainder of GEF 8. This is our shared objective, to again leave no country behind, as has been said. In GEF 7, by the way, each LDC had accessed its allocation from the LDCF, and we also hope to be able to do so in GEF 8 should resources be available for both LDCs and SIDS. I believe Chiz may like to come in at this stage for additional reflection.
Thank you so much. So I'd like to take this opportunity to address the comment that was made earlier by the India Council member, and I'm sorry, we should have done this a little bit earlier, but better late than never. So there was a question, I think it was a comment regarding the constituency represented by Anil from Bhutan about the decision that was taken at COP29 in Baku. And I just wanted to reiterate what the decision says and what we plan to do. So the decision language states as follows: request a global environment facility in administering the Least Developed Countries Fund to continue facilitating the smooth transition of developing countries graduating from the least developed country status by continuing to provide approved funding through the fund until the completion of project approved by the LDCF Council prior to those countries' graduation from the least developed country status, and also requests the Global Environment Facility to consider developing further measures to help ensure this smooth transition for recently graduated least developed countries. So there are two elements in this decision that's been agreed upon in Baku. One is to ensure that we will continue to provide approved funding through the fund until the projects are completed. And just to assure you that we are doing that, we will continue to do that. Once the project is approved by council, before the graduation of that particular LDC, we will continue to support that project as well as anything else that was approved prior to the graduation through the LDCF until the project completion. And there was a second element in that decision about requesting the GEF to consider developing additional measures to help ensure a smooth transition for those LDCs that have recently graduated. And this is an element we have not done previously in the LDCF, and it's an element that we will develop further, and either depending on the resource availability, we might come back to council on this issue, Jaffe, but more realistically speaking, I think this is something we will consider to incorporate in response to this particular guidance for the GEF 9 programming strategy for the LDCF and SCCF. But just to reassure you, Anil, that we are aware of this particular decision, we will respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chis and Jason. Jonas is requesting the floor. Jonas, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we welcome the report and note the progress made. Just have a few minor comments and some questions that you may answer now or maybe incorporate in future documents as appropriate. So we're pleased to read about the successful collaboration with the GCF. We would be interested in some more information about how this coordination, how it takes place on the ground in recipient countries. We would also be interested in a short update on the joint investment planning program with the GCF. We are also pleased to note a growth in programming from MDBs and IFIs. And we were curious to know if the Secretariat took any specific measures to achieve this growth in shared program. And finally, the Challenge Program for Adaptation Innovation is an area of key interest for us. And we encourage you to produce a short note with lessons learned when the time is right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonas. This concludes the list of speakers as far as I can see in the chat. So back to you, Chis.
Okay, I will start, and I believe Chis may complement what I will say. In reverse order, if I may, of your comments, Jonas, thank you very much. On Challenge Program for Adaptation, Innovation, and developing a short note. Indeed, thank you for the suggestion. We will aim to produce a progress report or update, potentially as an information document to Council in the near future, potentially the next Council. Thank you for that suggestion, and it's definitely well received and well in mind. There's a lot of learning to be gained there, and we're also very eager to share update and progress in more detail than we have in this for this current Council meeting. On the growth in MDBs and IFIs and the importance of this for the LDCF and SCCF portfolio. Indeed, this is something we take very much to heart. The messages are very clear from Council. Actions that were, I mean, it's ongoing discussions very consistently and proactively with our MDB and IFI colleagues at the global level as well as regionally and in country as much as possible. Of course, these are decisions that are country-led decisions, but we're engaging as much as possible with our agency colleagues in MDBs and IFIs in this area. On coordination with the GCF, indeed, this is also an area of very strong engagement, and we've had important guidance from Council on this point for the LDCF and SCCF, as well as other trust funds in the family of GEF trust funds. And as you know, there's a long-term vision that's shared by the LDCF that's shared by both the GEF and the Green Climate Fund, as well as a joint action plan with weekly, sometimes daily phone calls, early mornings and late at nights with colleagues in different parts of the world across the multiple funds. And it's a very active area, and I would say enjoyable area of engagement among the secretariats. And of course, these are partnerships, and so importance for engagement of the whole GEF family of partners in this space of collaboration with the GCF, as well as all multilateral climate funds. I'm not sure if Chiz would like to add to that important point.
Yes, thank you so much, Jason. Just very briefly on the question of joint investment plans and MCF joint action. Just to highlight, there will be a progress report on the LTV, the long-term vision, going to the June Council. So you will get a lot more flavored as well as detailed response back from us on how we're doing in terms of the collaboration with the GEF and GCF, and as well as complementing the efforts of the MCF, which is bigger with the larger number of agencies in addition to the GCF, including the adaptation fund and the SIFs, naturally. And just to add a little bit of context, building on what Jason has already explained in terms of the engagement of IFIs and in terms of the robust programming, you had just approved the work program earlier today. And there is a good example for in the portfolio of the World Bank global initiative that is looking at accelerating investments in nature-based solutions, and that really is looking into working with countries to expand the reach for nature-based solutions investments through the World Bank, and how we can use this kind of technical assistance as well as de-risking type global initiatives that then helps the countries, the LDCs in this context, access the World Bank IDA in conjunction with the LDCF resources, and that kind of having a more of a approach that's not just individual bottom-up country-driven process, but also complementing that with the more platform type approach, where the World Bank can help a larger number of countries that might be interested in connecting the IDA with the LDCF. Is one of the ways in which we have actually seen quite a number of good national projects in GEF aid combining an IDA and the LDCF resources. So I just wanted to highlight that there are some early technical assistance as well as investments made through the LDCF. Also with the SCCF, if you see the example of the ADB, that will then enable countries to build on these platforms, as well as availability of technical assistance to come in and propose additional initiatives that are building on these, but with the resources provided by the LDCF and SCCF at the national level, but catalyzing IDA and other MDB related resources. So I just wanted to highlight that, and thank you, and back to you, Noemi.
Thank you very much, Chiz. I don't see anyone else requesting the floor. So, Chair, I believe this concludes the speakers for this agenda item.
Yes, thank you, Jason, Ladu, Chiz, for the progress report on the Least Developed Country Fund and Special Climate Change Fund. And with having completed the discussions and hearing questions and reactions from council members, I would like to invite them to adopt the draft decision that is included in the document GEF/LDCF SCCF 37/03. I see no one objecting to the approval of this agenda item, so we approve the progress report. Thank you so much. And with this, and for the first time this week, we conclude on time. Well done. Thank you so much. Well, just let me ask Jonathan, because we will have our last agenda item for the 31st LDCF, SCCF on tomorrow morning, as you all know. But I just want to go back to Jonathan and see if he can give us a little bit of a report on where we are with the GEF Trust Fund agenda item that has been that is pending. I just want to know if we can be able to reopen and have a decision, or should we take time tomorrow morning to go over it once more. So Jonathan, can you brief us on where we are?
Yeah, thanks very much, Carlos Manuel. So the Secretariat sent around to council members, I believe the timestamp was just after 10 o'clock this morning, the revised recommended council decision in the revised partnership paper. And from what I am seeing so far, I think we have agreement on this. There is essentially reference to the analysis that we've done and to LDCs and SIDS that I think addresses the various concerns that we heard. So I guess I'm in your hands, but I think we could deal with this now. We can't hear you, Carlos Manuel.
Sorry, Jonathan. So why don't we read what you have worked as the potential council decision, so everybody is informed. And with that, I will ask council if they're willing to decide on this agenda item.
Great. Okay. So let me do that. The recommended council decision would be, again, the preamble unchanged, the council.
Sorry, Jonathan, can you put it on the screen so it can be easier to be seen and work by council? You can do that?
Yeah, I might need Noemi to help. I don't know if I have the authority to share. Let me
hold on.
I believe you do, Jonathan. That is.
I just made him.
Okay.
You're just your co-host now of Zoom, so you should be able to share your screen now.
There you go. We have it in the screen.
You can see that? Good. Okay.
Yeah.
So there you have it, the preamble unchanged. What has changed is in A, request the Secretariat to develop options to add a limited number of additional agencies to the partnership on the basis of analysis of agency regional coverage, including for LDCs and SIDS, and to strengthen engagement with CSOs, NGOs, and the private sector for consideration by council at its 69th meeting. And B is unchanged. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Thanks for this. So I would like to ask council if there's anyone that has any question, a comment, or an objection. I see Australia. Richard, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jonathan, Carlos Manuel, for proposing the text. I only have one small suggestion in relation to the third line, recognizing that the data is very much pointing to SIDS and LDCs, replacing the word including with particularly for SIDS and LDCs. Sorry, let me just repeat that. Replacing the word including with the word particularly. So it would then read, on the basis of analysis of agency regional coverage, comma, particularly if it sits in LDCs, and then I'll just continue on. The data is pointing very much in this direction, but we recognise the points that have been made by others, Gabriella and Sophia, that it needs to be on the basis of the data and the analysis, and there should also be some flexibility. So that would certainly be retained in the formulation I'm proposing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. Sophia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, colleagues, and thank you, Richard, for this. I think we're fine. What like this period of this was really for us that we were taking a decision based on data and what the information and documents are like the analysis is telling us. So we can work with the decision and also recognizing what this data is telling us. So for us that would be okay, and we can approve this decision.
Thank you very much, Sophia. I don't see anyone else requesting the floor. So maybe back to you, Jonathan.
I think that's it, Noemi. So back to you.
Okay, it seems like we're fine with that final text. So I would like this is agenda GEF 68 GEF Trust Fund agenda item number 12, strength of the partnership coverage with the agencies, as it has been presented on the screen, and this will be given to all of you. The chair may invite, I would like to invite the council to adopt the draft decision that was explained and presented in the screen. We'll do the right adjustment in terms of the numbering of the document, but the decision is based on what was presented on the screen. Thanks, I see no objections to it. Thank you so much. Decision approved. Thanks. And with this, we conclude the 68 GEF Trust Fund Council meeting. And we'll almost conclude the 37 LDCF SCCF Council meeting. We will start tomorrow with the last agenda item of this fund. I would like to thank everyone for your effectiveness today. I'll pass it over to Noemi to see if she has some last housekeeping recommendations or announcements. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair. And as you very well mentioned, with the support of everyone, we managed to go through all the agenda items within a great time. So thank you for that. Tomorrow we will reconvene per the timetable that I shared yesterday at 7 a.m. DC time to go through the planning note for the development of the GEF programming strategy on adaptation to climate change, both for the LCF, SCCF. Then we will finalize the LDCF and SCCF Council with other business to go straight into the GBFF and then the joint summary of the co-chairs. So with that, we will open the Zoom link tomorrow at 6 a.m. DC time, and all are welcome to join since that moment to start on time at 7. Thank you all. Good day, good afternoon, and good night.
Muchas gracias. Buenas tardes.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And all the best.
Thank you. Muchas gracias.